Yeah, that's how it goes, Life is funny. Sometimes, like you said, you just got to wing it. Like I did when JQ said, I'll give you a job, but I can't pay you.
Exactly. Now, in your particular case, you grew some fame and some...
I wouldn't say fame.
Yeah, you did. I'll give JQ some credit on that. Like, you worked your ass off.
At least somebody recognizes that. Thank you, Jeff.
You took his shit and turned it into something better than what it is.
Keenan, I gave you a compliment. You wrote it down in your book.
Yes, you did the other day. I forget, though.
Here you go. Compliment of the year. Anyway, carry on.
So, like, you got JQ helped you. You helped him. It was a great relationship, even though you guys are fucking full of shit on your political side of stuff. But as far as JQ Racing went and building something, you guys did a great fucking job.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keeton White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 78 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keeton White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. This week, we have finally convinced him to do it. The interview with Joseph J. Quagraine, a.k.a. Beeker, a.k.a. Rupert, a.k.a. JQ, a.k.a. Captain Asshole. The ins and outs, what makes this pain in my ass work. So thank you to Joseph for coming on and finally doing the interview. I know a lot of people asked about it. Big shout out to all of our sponsors. First, I want to shout out to RCMX Online, Beach RC, JQ Racing, BK Servers, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. And of course, I want to shout out to the NNRC squad. Without you guys, none of this is possible. Thank you for all of your support. Podcast, please, last week's podcast, like and share it. It's got a really important message there. Shout out to our patrons on Patreon, man. I love you guys. You guys help keep these bills paid, ACs going, content's being made. We're doing things. We're gonna take 2 weeks off here because I gotta move. I start that on Monday. I need a little break, recoup, do all the studio stuff, make it all badass. We're going to be coming back with the call-ins, videos, all that stuff, coming back full force, switching it up, product spotlights, bringing you guys content, bringing you all the ins and outs of RC as we do. So thank you for all of your support on that cause. Thank you to the NNRC patrons, the NNRC squad. Shout out to my JQ Racing family. I know it's, love you guys like life. I wish I could be coming to PNB with you, but it's just not possible. So, yeah. Not much going on that side. We got Beeker on the line. What's up, Beek?
Beek.
Wow, you definitely have stirred the pot this week. More than usual. Thank you for, hey, I don't know, man. So I guess the big news in RC is, I don't know, like you're off Facebook. Yeah. So you say, not officially yet as we're recording this, but you had a great Facebook Live after you've been stirring the pot for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, super triggered. Then, of course, this latest incident with Elliot Boots.
I triggered so many people that there was over 300 people watching live for like the whole...
340 was the peak number. And then I think Supercross came on and then kind of people went away. Right. But I think your message came through loud and clear. And if you can't understand what you said, then I guess we're just not going to, it doesn't make sense. If you didn't understand what you were saying, because you pretty much laid it out, then I don't know what else to tell people. But it was a great Facebook Live. You're off Facebook, which is like, for me, it's, yes, I'm happy. I don't want you off Facebook. I just wanted you to take it easy on Facebook. But I know you, and you just can't do that because you don't have no middle ground. It's like either I'm gonna leave it alone, or I have to be a complete and argue with everybody for 3 weeks and everything like that. So I'm happy because honestly, to be truthful, it stressed me out. It has stressed me out to the utmost, dealing with the fires that you start. And while I agree with a lot of the stuff you say, I agree with it. I just don't have time to argue with people because I just don't like, I have my things, that I'm for, and I will not sacrifice that. But like, man, I will tell you that I'm actually relieved. Yes, I like having you on Facebook because it's important to the JQ Racing brand, and you bring some fresh, like I love RC controversy. I love it. That's what I'm into. I love the RC controversial side. But I don't do the politics. I'm all against racism. That too. But I'm stressed, man. It's been a long 3 years. It's worn me down. I actually looked in the mirror the other day and I was like, man, I'm looking haggardly and old. I mean, I need to get in shape, but I'm a good looking fat dude, so I don't want to be looking too haggardly and old. But I will say I'm very relieved that you are leaving Facebook. Yes, we'll still be running the JQ Racing Facebook pages. We have to get a new Vote for Lefty page because Ifmar took that down, which was funny. Means we're doing something right. But yeah, man, seriously, it's a big stress relief off my shoulders. And I'm happy. I hope it lasts.
Yeah, it's going to last.
Because
no plans on going back.
I've said this for the longest time. You've put your money where your mouth is for many, many years. Many, many years. You've lost lots of money. Distributors, drivers, all this stuff. Even people that believe in what you're doing get tired of your bullshit. Right? And it's not bullshit, just your constant, we've had this thing. And I'm tired of dealing with messages from drivers who get upset. And, this is starting to affect our, because this is how ignorant people can be. It's affecting when people go to tracks and all that stuff because they, it's silly. That's stupid. That all goes back to my rant from last week. But I'm glad because you need it for yourself too. You can now focus on what we have to do. And that's, we want to change RC, not just you and me. Like we just want to lay down the foundation. But I think we can change RC together. So we need to come together and do that and show these people that say that we can't do it, that we can, right? So I think
I think so too, because I've been in the industry long enough now where I know people for a long time, and a lot of people too, like behind the scenes, who don't really publicly, admit to it. That's fine. I don't care. But I honestly think that we're in a position where we can potentially change things for the better. And it's going to take a lot of effort and work, but that's kind of the next project, really. Yeah. So the next few years, if we succeed, everyone's going to see the difference we make. So.
Most definitely. The outcry from the page getting shut down, the support that I saw and people asking questions tells me that people want change. So maybe we need to be the voice of that. I think we are. So people will probably laugh. These egotistical, narcissistic idiots. No, like you said, most people want things to change. They just don't know how, and they don't want to rock the boat. So, yeah, I guess we still rock the boat RC-wise. But I'm glad you're going. I'm glad you're out. But now we go on to the next phase of the project. And of making RC great, supporting our racers, if your company and stuff. Oh, my daughter's awake. I can hear her. She's making a whole bunch of noise. We might have to stop this because she's going to just cry. Yeah, so that's what it goes down to. So I don't know, but good Facebook Live, good way out. I don't think Elliot Boots is going to be sending you any Christmas cards anytime soon, which is unfortunate because I knew you and him were actually cool. But I hope that people learn from this whole situation. You know what I don't understand?
You know what? To be honest, if Elliot means what he says, then he will get over it and he won't be mad because he will see that what I'm saying is actually true. So
yeah, I could see that.
If he's capable of doing that, of course he'll be pissed off at me for a while. That's normal. But when he sees that for himself, then he'll be fine with it.
Well, yeah, I hope so, because we don't need to be fussing and fighting amongst each other like that. Yes, RC controversial. Yes, I think what an important lesson that drivers can take from this is, like, they can learn from you, like you've been how controversial you've been about politics and everything else in the world, how much flack and hate you get. Well, they should understand that if you say something that's probably going to be controversial and stuff like that, it's gonna come back to get you. You know, there's many times I want to say something or post something that I believe in, and I think it's, but I just don't, because I just know it's going to cause issues, and I just don't have time for that anymore at all. So let's get on to a little bit of RC news. Besides that, not much going on. I want to shout out and say happy birthday to my son. His birthday was on Monday. I wrote a nice little piece, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Some people may ask me why I love RC and why I'm so passionate about RC. Well, RC and you, Joseph, have allowed me to be home and around my son, around my family, and that wouldn't have been possible without RC and living here in the Dominican Republic, where I love, and this is where I want them to grow up. So happy birthday to my son. Thank you to everybody that supports JQ Racing, the No Name RC podcast. Because of you guys, I'm able to stay in with my family and be a father to my son, something I never had. So I thank you. And yeah, it's a big thing to me, and that's why I'm so passionate about what I do. And what I want to make RC awesome. I want to do my part in making RC awesome. No matter what, how many people think I'm a joke or think what we're doing is dumb or whatever. I don't care. Those are the same people that don't want to move forward, in my opinion. RC news. There's not much going on as usual. I'm looking at Live RC did make a statement about their post. Did you saw that, right? Did we talk about it last week? Can't remember.
About the protests and stuff. I think we mentioned.
Yeah, that triggered a lot of people. Unfortunately, it triggered good results, good and bad messages, as anyone would think that it does. Looking through my news, I see that Alessi engines now have OS based, which is pretty forward thinking, because they were strictly Novorossi. So I see now that they have.
So Joao will have OS based engines. That's good for him.
Yeah. So that's.
You know what I actually heard?
Mm-hmm.
They would. Okay, so I have a bit of news. I heard, not super verified, but something I heard, and this kind of feeds into that notion a bit. So Alessi engines were Novorossi based. Now they are making OS based engines. I heard that the Novorossi factory might be shutting down.
Oh, it has been shut down through COVID too, right?
And be done.
Really?
Like no more. Yeah, that's what I heard. So, I haven't got confirmation of this, but I've heard rumors before, and it's been on sale and this and that, and it's a massive factory. It's crazy how much stuff they have. So, yeah, they might be just, packing it in. Who knows? Sending everything off and done.
That would be, maybe somebody else takes over Novorossi, or do you think that they're done, period?
I don't know. I think in this current situation, they might just be done.
It's hard. It's hard to compete with the OS engines and, all these other engines and all that type of stuff that are coming out. And you don't like Novorossis, but I like them. And it'd be a shame, because they're iconic in the industry. But I guess in order to, if you don't go with the changes, if you don't go with the times and make changes, then I guess you're doomed to fail.
Yeah.
So unfortunate. I see Spencer Rivkin is down in the Southeast. He's down there practicing, which I really admire Spencer's dedication, and he wants to get faster. He's getting ready for PNB. I believe he's going to a big carpet race as well down in Florida. So he's been practicing. I guess he can't get practice out there. I guess they're racing there, so that's good for him. His dedication is impressive, super impressive. He's definitely like him and David Ronnefalk are definitely role models for younger racers. So that's great. Yeah, I don't have much news than that. I'm just looking through Live RC. it's nothing really going on. I mean, Flashpoint's released a new engine. The FP202. Proline released some hot shots for the Mini T. They're probably going to make that a class again. That's what it sounds like. People want to race that. But generally, people are racing again, mostly 10 scale. And yeah, not some 8 scale, looks like. But generally, nothing really exciting going on in RC, I would say, news-wise. So once the big races start up and all that stuff, things will get better. So sorry, not much news for you guys. So I don't know what to say. We don't even have much Facebook questions, so we just get right into the. Do you have any? But do you want to talk about anything before we go on any further? Any other stuff? Nothing. I want to So I posted a question on Facebook this week, and it got a lot of comments. It was about how do we sneak as husbands. We have to. I mean, look, I'm facing this issue here pretty soon. I had a little extra money, and I bought myself some GI Joes because that's my new thing right now. I'm loving that, and it's very addictive. So I want to start my collection because I want to set them all up in the studio. It looks cool. I don't do RC much, so this is my hobby. This is my second hobby. I don't race much. I mean, RC is my job. So my thing is, like, I need to figure out how I'm going to sneak this stuff across my wife, right? I can't say it's for my kids because I don't want I don't mind my son playing with them or whatever. But, these are vintage GI Joes. They're old. So I posted this question, and man, it got like 200 comments, and it's so funny because we all do this as men. Maybe not you because you don't have a significant other. But it's funny to see the different ways that people have had to sneak RC stuff in. I mean, I've literally but sometimes I've found like just putting it out in the open, like I would sneak it into the back and just put it out and put it on there. My wife wouldn't know it was a different car. I've seen her accuse me of having a car, like this is new, and I've had it forever. You know what I mean? I'm like, nah, I've had that since forever. So yeah, we all face this issue. I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm probably gonna be homeless here. I'm probably gonna move, and I'm probably gonna have to sleep with the dogs or something. So I don't know about how that's gonna be. But yeah, looking forward to the move, getting that over with, Joseph, as well. I was looking at the studio. It's bigger. Gonna set it up better. So should be good. Videos.
I've never had those issues because I've never had a wife.
No, you haven't. We can tell. And now you're re-virginized. Even more so. Even more so.
I can have all the RC cars I want.
Yeah, you kind of do. I don't know. You do already. So I don't know, but let us know. I thought that was a funny topic. It was a little bit of positivity in what we've been experiencing negative, and it was fun to see the answers from people. So thank you to everybody that commented on that. And thank you to everybody that wished my son a happy birthday. I appreciate that. I do from the bottom of my heart. And I appreciate everybody that listens to this podcast and tunes in, and everybody that supports us. So thank you. Appreciate it. So Joseph, I say let's go to the few Beach RC questions that we have. What do you think?
Sure.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Yes, welcome to the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A segment. This part of the podcast is brought to you by Beach RC, who's been a great supporter of the podcast since its inception. Thank you to Brent Densford and Lucas down there at Beach RC. Awesome brick and mortar hobby shop. Their tracks, badass. The service is badass. They're fast shipping. They have everything you need. They give you candy. And if you ain't JB, they don't give JB candy. And yeah, just check them out, man. That is the epitome to me of what a hobby shop should be. They're hitting it from all fronts: track, physical shop as well as online. So check them out. Check out our affiliate link. It helps us out, show us what we're doing for BeachRC, and I appreciate their support. So we don't have much questions this week, Joseph. I think you was too busy burning down the internet, so people didn't want to speak to you too much. But we do have a question from Adam Ian Reevy, recent JQ driver, trying to get his son into racing as well. Adam asks, how many gallons of fuel would you run through an engine before thinking about replacing either the whole engine or just the crank, shaft, piston, and sleeve?
You know what I did just now. I didn't pay attention, but something about changing pistons and sleeves.
Mm-hmm. How many gallons?
I don't really do that. I change the whole engine. Normally what I do is when it starts getting a bit iffy, I change the bearings and then I practice with it until it dies. And then, just get a new engine. But you can change piston and sleeve. If you change it, it's like piston sleeve and conrod. And if you have a coated crank, then probably the pin is still okay. If there's no play there with the pin and the new crank, then it's fine. And then just change the bearings also, and you're good to go. So yes, you can extend the life of an engine that way.
Also, you can repinch the sleeve. I know a lot of guys into that.
Yeah, some people do that. I've never done that, but that's something you can do also.
Awesome. Thank you, Adam, for the question. And I hope your son gets out racing as well. I know you are. You're eager to. I've been watching your posts on Facebook. Awesome. And Jason Chouinard. What's up, Jason? This is funny because this is on our JQ Racing USA page. This basher dude is having some issues. He wants steel arms. But Jason goes, hey, is JQ going to make aluminum arms for that dude, Aaron, in the JQ Racing USA group? And then someone chimes in and goes, he wants steel arms, not aluminum. But this is a great.
I'm gonna send him some bubble wrap, and I think he needs to wrap the car in bubble wrap.
Well, this is a great topic. This dude is a basher, obviously. He may have had some cars, looks like he's had some short courses and stuff like that. And this dude's just out at Rev, I'm pretty sure, sending cars as hucking them, which is fine. I mean, bashing is great and all that type of stuff. He's coming into the group, and you can obviously see he's inexperienced, and it's hard to be patient with somebody like that. But it's hard when they come in and they got a bad attitude, you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, this is shit and this is that, and I'm like, man, you can't come into group. I would never go into somebody's group on Facebook or go into a group of guys and be like, yeah, this is fucking shit. What are you talking about? And and I don't know anything. So people are trying to help him out, but it's hard to help somebody out who doesn't want to listen. You know what I mean? So this is a big thing about me also, not people being dickheads. People try not to be dickheads, but sometimes it's hard when somebody is being a dick to you. So I don't know what this dude's gonna do. He needs that whole car rebuilt. It's unfortunate. I don't know, dude. I don't know, but it's funny. Josh Hyde. This is about stock racing. Okay. What would 10-scale off-road look like if stock body, wheeler, and stadium truck were to reduce motor size from 21.5 or 25.5 to 25.5 in buggy, and I guess whatever they run? No. In buggy, and 17.5 to 21.5 in wheeler and stadium truck. Well, Josh, we're not really big stock racers on this podcast. I have my theories, my thoughts on stock. I'm more along the UK line of things. Bring what you ran, bring what you run. You want to run?
I think that my opinion on the electric class structure should be, there should be this sort of entry-level class that's stock. And it's quite slow. It's something that a kid could start racing. And it's not fast enough to where sort of experienced guys want to run stock.
Mm-hmm. A spec class.
The reason I say that is because that's important for new people, so they can learn, they don't break their cars all the time, and so that the racing is close and exciting and fair. So they clearly need to be slower, the cars, I think. And then eliminate the current stock that they have. Like, because at OCRC, they're whatever, is it 17.5 they run? Like, I can't remember now. Like, their lap times are really close to the modified guys. Like, the fastest guys in that stock class actually would make mains in the modified class. So just eliminate that. Make that open so people can run whatever they want. Mm-hmm. And then if they are the kind of driver that they are fastest with a 17.5, then run that. If they want to put a 5.5, then run that. Like, they can still compete. They can still race. It's up to people to decide what to put in their cars. But yeah, there should be a class that's slow for beginners. Or maybe some people just enjoy racing that. That's fine. But make stock a bit slower so that the experienced racers don't race that class. And then just have an open class after that. And maybe you separate the open class into pro and amateur, whatever. But like, that should be the separation, I think.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, the stock thing just seems to be so like I don't mess with it because I don't think I would race
stock class in America is harder and more expensive.
Oh yes, of course,
and more demanding than the modified class.
Yeah, that shouldn't be, and that's no way to get people into it.
No,
so we definitely need to address that and have a spec type of class. So like he says, maybe going to slower motors and just having people run that, or spec motors of some sort, or something, man. Because hey, here you need this $300-400 charger and $200 batteries, and you got to charge it at so many amps, and yeah, all that stuff. I'm not into that. Yeah. I get it, people are into that, but not for the new person, man. That just sucks. So, yeah, I think we need to definitely have that spec class in and go from there. So, yeah, great question, Josh. I think maybe limiting those, making those those motors slower will probably do that. So who knows? Who knows, dude? Chris Trudeau. Keenan, will you now be playing with your G.I. Joes while your daughter plays with her dolls? Any plans for a tea party? He says, much love, brother. What's up, Chris? Thank you for showing me your G.I. Joe collection. I thought it was awesome, as well as all your scale trucks. I think it's really cool. My daughter's tea parties, all that stuff. You know, I thought I'd never be a dad that'd be into that type of stuff, but my daughter, I probably will, but I just don't think she's gonna be into tea and all that stuff. I think she's gonna be more into fighting her older brother, because that's what she's doing now. Going out trying to ride bikes and wrestle with the dogs, and I don't know, man. I think she's gonna be rough. She's rough now, really rough. I think she's actually rougher and tougher than my son, who's older. So we'll see what Lucifina has in store for me. I'm sure at some point dolls and tea time will be happening, but that's fine, because that's my daughter. I'll do whatever she wants. My son right now, he's on Fortnite, and I can't get him off that, so it's pretty difficult. Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't know enough about that, Joseph. You gotta have some kids one day, Joseph, man. Seriously.
One day.
But you're getting old, man. You're getting older.
Too many other things to worry about right now.
Yeah, but you mean you're 37, 3 years away from 40. I had my first kid at 33, my second at 40. Yeah, it's you want to have them while you can enjoy them too.
Maybe I'll have my first one at 42.
Yeah,
40. Yeah,
you should. Yeah, maybe. But that's all the questions we have for this week. If I missed some, I'm sorry. I wish you guys would send us more questions, because we want to answer them. But I understand. If you have any questions, please just message the Facebook page or the Instagram page. I saw that. I'm sorry. One more question, Kevin. My buddy Kevin. He asked if you're really gonna quit Facebook, Joseph, or is it just for 2 weeks?
No, I'm done. Done for life.
All right. You heard it from the cat's mouth himself. I guess that's the saying. All right, Joseph. Well, you know what? Thank you, everybody, for sending the questions. Thank you, BeachRC, for sponsoring the Bench Racing Q&A. Keep those questions coming, everybody. And Joseph, I guess, yeah, we got the rant and we have your interview. So, yeah, let's go to your interview.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
Well, it's finally here. I finally convinced my co-host to become a guest. So this week's interview is Mr. Joseph J. Quagraine, aka Beeker, aka JQ, aka Rupert, aka Captain Asshole. It took a long time for me to get him to do this. I don't know why it took so long to get him on her. I guess to open up and show his soft side of life, and the behind that hard, rough exterior is a person that actually cares and has good morals and does great things, so I wanted people to see that side of him. He just recently had his Facebook Live, which was pretty epic last night, and he's probably responsible for the reason why Facebook Lives are very popular now. But my guest this week is you. What's up? Why did it take so long to get you to do this?
I don't know. I just didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Are you just worried to open up to people like that?
No, not really. But I just think that there are more interesting things to talk about.
Maybe, but you're an interesting dude, and a lot of people have asked for your story, so we're gonna tell it. And I think we want to the object of this podcast, on my part, is to get behind the man behind the radio, and in your case, the man behind the radio, man behind Facebook, everything. You know what I mean? So to give a better understanding of who you are. Yes, it's an RC podcast, but you're an RC figure in RC. So we need to, it's good that people actually know who you really are. So that's one of the best things about this podcast. And that's what we strive to do that. That was one of our goals when we said, let's make a podcast. So thank you for coming on. Let's just, in case you didn't know, this is Joseph J. Quagraine. He is the founder of JQ Racing, most controversial guy in RC. He's from Finland, Helsinki, Finland, even though he's not really Finnish born. Maybe we'll get into that later. His name is also not from Finland, which is pretty cool. We'll talk about that later as well. But he's one of my good friends in life. We've had a lot of adventures. We've had a lot of fights, a lot of good times, a lot of adventures. He's given me my opportunity. Yes, I'm hanging off his nuts right now, but he's given me my opportunity to be talking to you guys like this right now, and also to do cool things in RC. So, but his story is awesome. We have lots of great stories together, and he has a lot more that I haven't even heard. So yeah, Joseph. So man, tell us, man. How did you even discover RC? You discovered it late in life.
Well, I didn't really discover it that late in life, but I was able to get involved late in life, I guess. So the first time I heard about RC cars, I don't know how old I was, 7, 8, 9, something like that, probably. My father actually went to Japan, and he brought back some Tamiya, a couple of Tamiya RC cars, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Monster truck and some buggy.
Does he
So
still
that's
have them?
how I knew that they exist. But never went to any track or anything like that. Just drove them around the house kind of thing, in the garden. And that was fine, but then eventually they both broke, and I was too young to figure out that you can actually get spare parts and fix them. And so it kind of faded away. I was clearly interested already at that time in the racing side, but without parents' support sort of thing, it didn't really come to anything. And then a few years later, when I was maybe 15 or something, I went to this hobby show, and they had a race. They organized a race there. I actually went a couple of years, I think. And the first year they were racing, I think, 8-scale nitro buggies outside in the parking lot, just built a track for them. And I thought that was cool. But then the thing that really sold it to me was when I went one year and they were racing 10-scale touring cars indoors on a nice carpet track. And then also 10-scale off-road on the same track. So the infield actually had jumps that jumped over the touring car track. So it was like 2 tracks in one. And I was just hooked. Me and one of my friends, we actually sat there the whole day just watching the racing. So that's really when the spark was lit. Like, man, I really have to get into this now. And then, but I was playing ice hockey at the time, and whatever money I had went towards that. So I didn't have the money to get into it. And eventually I needed to make a decision that, do I go on with ice hockey or do I start RC racing? And I think I was 16 then when I made the decision to quit playing ice hockey and start racing RC cars.
Yeah, was you any good in ice hockey? I can't imagine you being good in ice hockey. I've seen you walk and just operate normal. So.
You've seen me walk. I was a goalie. I don't know. I was probably average. When I quit, I was invited to one of our national league teams training camps for goalies. So I was sort of average, but could have, if I wanted to, potentially had a career in ice hockey, like at least attempt to do that. So it was possible. Like, I was right there and I had to make a decision. And we're actually going to that training camp made it easier for me to make the decision, because there was some goalies there who I could see had a desire and a passion for it that I didn't have. Mm-hmm. Like going the extra mile. I mean, just training off the ice and other kind of training that you do for ice hockey. Like, I could just tell that these guys want it more than me, and I don't really want it that bad. Then I'm not gonna make it. I'm that kind of person that I'm very competitive, always have been. So I want to try and be the best, or I don't want to do it. And I could see that RC could potentially be something where I can try and be the best, and I can do it alone. I don't need anyone else's support. I'm not going to be depending on other people. I can do it for myself. So yeah, then I decided I'm going to quit and I'm going to go into RC like 100% and see what I can do.
How did you just do that? Did you just buy a car and just jump in head first? Whatever the saying is.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I followed RC for a couple of years before I actually was able to get a car myself. But I did, and I started like the first car I had was back then Kyosho was pretty big in this part of the world, and they had all these Kyosho events and Kyosho, I can't remember what it was called, but this sort of championship thing where you raced in your own country, and then if you did well, you got invited to some European level race or world level race. And Kyosho had this great catalog also at the time. Maybe they still have it, with all these great pictures of events and of their products. So I also really like at around that time, there was this Finnish team who actually won that Kyosho World Cup Championship. It was on-road racing, on-road nitro cars. So I sort of got hooked on that, like reading all the Kyosho catalogs over the years. And so my first car was a Kyosho on-road car. Actually, it was like a rally car, but I made it an on-road car. And I raced that for the first summer.
Was that nitro, sorry?
Yeah, it was nitro.
Oh, I remember those. They looked like had Subaru Impreza bodies.
Pure 10, I think it was called.
Yeah. But was it 10 scale or 8 scale?
10 scale. So
okay.
scale type bodies,
Yeah.
and they look. Yeah, it was
That's
a
cool.
cool class, I thought. And then I figured out there's a local track here, an off-road track. I went there. I saw 8-scale nitro off-road for the first time. And I'm like, yep, that's what I need. So then I traded in that car, and I had saved some money. So I got a Kyosho MP6. Actually, you know what? I may have got a second-hand MP5 first, and then I got, like, for the following season, I managed to then get the MP6, and then that's when my racing really took off. Like, then I'm going to legit finish nationals, and we had this series back then, like a cup championship of 4 races. So I was doing those. And that's when my racing really started to take off. Like, I saw, okay, so I can race this class, and eventually I can go to European championships and world championships. And that was always my goal. So that's how I started then.
Was it a steep learning curve?
And this was in 2000.
Okay. So we're talking 20 years ago. Wow, 20 years ago, exactly. Was you successful right away, or was it something you naturally picked up, or did it take time? If so, just period. Like, what?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. My question was you naturally good at this right away, or did it take some time where you started to develop your skills and learning more?
I think I was pretty average. Like, I wasn't terrible, I wasn't great. I think pretty average.
Yeah.
I think what made me progress maybe quicker than many was that I was dedicated and determined. So I practiced and learned stuff and spent time and effort to, get better, because I sort of had a goal I wanted to achieve. So I was working towards it. So I wasn't talented like someone like David Ronefalk, I wasn't like that at all. I was just okay. And yeah, I practiced a lot and tried to learn everything I could about cars and racing.
Who was your early influences in this time?
It was just local guys that I got to know at the track racing here. And yeah.
All right.
Of course, like, influences in the way that looking up to someone that was already doing well, and I was thinking, like, well, maybe can achieve something like that in the future. We had 3 really good drivers at that time in Finland in off-road. So Teemu Leino is still racing for Infinity. He was one, and Jukka Stenari, he was, won a couple of world championships around right that time. And then Teppo Kauppinen was the 3rd guy. So those 3 were the best in off-road that Finland had to offer. And they all either won or made podiums in European championship level 10-scale off-road races. So I wasn't really into 10-scale off-road. I was into 8-scale off-road, but still they were the guys to kind of look up to.
Okay. So this is back in 20 years ago. You're practicing, you're putting in the effort. When did you start getting better? When did you start seeing your progress? Like, you won the Nordic championships a few times, I believe. And when did you kind of proceed to go to your first Euros and all that stuff?
So I think pretty much 2 years into racing. So in Finland, it's harder to race nitro because the season is pretty short. It's like from April to September. And then wintertime, you have to race 10 scale. So what I would do is I raced 8 scale in the summer and then 10 scale touring car, electric touring car in the winter. And I would say that it was my 3rd year in racing that I started doing significantly better. I think that's when I won my first Nordic Championship. And there were some good drivers, you know, like I want to say like Euros A main level.
We're talking about like Linus Stern and these guys. He was good at this time.
It was like Fredrik Martinsen. Actually, Teemu raced too. He broke in the semifinal. And then, another Finnish guy who was like the best in 8-scale nitro at that time. He's finished 5th at the Euros and made, I don't know how many Euro mains. So like a good driver too. So it's a good measuring stick in a sense that they were in the race and I TQ'd and won. It was at my home track.
Mm-hmm.
So then after that, I started thinking, okay, so I can compete. Like another year, you know, I could probably do decent at international events too. So then I think that was 2002, I think. And I went to the Euros that year too. And I think that I remember Robert Battier from that race too, because he was racing a Hobao and I was going to switch to a Hobao. I actually got the car at that event. I bought the car from someone and they brought it to the race. And
so you wasn't sponsored, you were just going to switch to that car.
Yeah, I wasn't sponsored. I was running my Kyosho MP6. The 7.5 had come out already, but I was running the MP6 because I had two. So I had a race car and a practice car, and I had a bunch of spare parts. So instead of buying a new car, I was then able to go to the Euros instead. So I had the money to go to the Euros because I didn't buy a new car. And the race was okay. I qualified in the 1/8 final, I think, and I bumped to the quarterfinal. And then I was battling for the bump from the quarterfinal to the semifinal, actually. But I had some issues, and the track was super, super rough. But I had a few good lines where I could carry more speed than other guys. And then going on to the back straight was one of those sections. And I just blasted a guy from behind. Like, not intentionally, it's just that our lines crossed and I was going so much faster because it was really bumpy. Like, not the kind of bumpy that we have today, but super rough, right? So, so I got to stop and go, and then I missed the bump. So I finished in the quarterfinal at my first Euros.
That was in Spain, I take it, right? No,
that was Germany.
Okay, Germany. So you got after this, you switched to Habal. When did you actually get picked up by Habal and I guess become a factory racer?
Like I said, I was going at it at 100%. So wait a minute. So what was going on in my life? I was studying. I was in, I think, what are grades like 10, 11, and 12? Is that high school?
I don't know. I don't know anything about.
What do you call that in like high school or college, I guess, before university. Anyway, so I was doing that, and then I finished that, graduated. In Finland, all men have to go to the army for 6 months to a year. And you do that normally after you finish school, like I did when I was 18. But I didn't need to because my father is English, so I have an English passport. I'm not actually a Finnish citizen, even though I'm born in Finland. So I didn't need to. I wasn't actually allowed to. Like I was not going to the army. So what I did instead was I had discovered RC racing. I was RC racing. I was interested in it. I figured, you know what? I like the technical side of this. I like setting up my car and learning about it. I'm going to go and study engineering. So when I was done with school, I went to take the entrance exams for engineering, mechanical engineering, and thank God I made it in. I got in. So I knew, okay, good. I have a place to study. And then I just, because people go to the army, you can just get a spot and then say that you will be gone for 1 year and then you start your studies. And that's what I did. So I now had 1 year off. And what I did was, let's back up a bit. before I made this decision, I was your typical normal person that reads a magazine. Back then, no internet really, like for RC, not that much at least. It was more RC magazines. And I remember the moment to this day. I was reading a magazine. It was a report from like a hot rod hobby shootout or sidewinder race or something like this. And then there was another report from some American 8-scale race, I think at Hemet. And the tracks just looked so great. And all you see these at the time, like Courts and Degani and Bradley and Pavidis, and Cavalieri was racing then, I believe, too. And all these guys, right? And their cars look great and the tracks look great. And everything about RC in America just was awesome. And I was reading the magazine and I was thinking, man, I wish I could go and race there one day. And then I was thinking, like, it's just so hard here in Finland and the summer's so short, and man, I wish I could go. And then I just had this realization, and I literally was lying on my back reading the magazine. Then I put the magazine down, and then I just thought to myself, like, what's stopping me? I can actually go. I could potentially have a year off, and I could just work and save money, and then I can go. Like, what the hell? Why am I wishing? Why aren't I doing? I can go. And that's when everything switched. I changed from always thinking like, I wish this or this sucks, to thinking like, hey, I can do what I want. I'm fortunate in that sense. Yes, I'm not rich. I'm not in a rich family where I can just get everything I want. But I am fortunate because I have all these opportunities that I can take, and I can work for them, and I can make it happen. Like, just realizing that was a big change in my life, I think, because what I did then was I made a plan. Apply to university, get in, take a year off, go and work, save money, and then go to America. And that's what I did. So 2003, I think it was then, January or something, then I flew to America for 3 months, because 3 months was the longest time you can stay without the visa. What was I like? I must have been, at this point, I must have been 19, and then I turned 20 that year. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You
so
want me
just,
to go on?
Yeah, you just showed up in California, not knowing what you was going to do.
Well, yeah, I still remember telling my parents, because I just said like, hey, so I'm taking a gap year, and I was thinking I'm going to go to America. So they were just like, okay. For what? I said, yeah, to race RC cars. So I was, okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm staying 3 months. And you have to know, like, I hadn't really been anywhere. I had a grandmother that lived in London. So I'd been in England. That's it. I'd never been anywhere, and not especially alone. So I'm just telling them that, yeah, I'm going to America to race RC cars for 3 months. Now, at the time, I didn't think anything of it. But looking back, it must have been like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But yeah, that happened. So I had a friend then who went with me for the first 2 weeks. So we went, Timo Jalas. He was racing too, and then he was my mechanic for a while after that. So he's the guy that Degani always tells the story of me and him being in the sauna.
Okay.
Right?
Naked.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, anyway, so he went there for 2 weeks. We went to the DNC, Dirt Nitro Challenge. That's when I first met Joey. I don't remember why, but we didn't have a rental car. Like, something got screwed up to where we couldn't have a car for the first, however long we were there. So we like walked from the hotel to the track or something just to check it out, which was pretty far. And then Joey would pick us up and take us to the track and back and stuff like that. So it was like true gypsy style from the very beginning, right?
He's probably saying, and this guy treats me so bad now. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so we did that race. It was a shock. It was crazy. Like, everyone was so fast and the track was so difficult. And I was like in the E-main or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it was still fun. And then after that, my plan was to stay in Huntington Beach because it was a location where I could get to 10 scale tracks and 8 scale tracks. And it was a nice area, good area, but there was a very cheap youth hostel. It was $100 a week or something like that. And you got your own room. If you were like two people, like we could get our own room. If you were alone, then you would share with someone. Mm-hmm. So we got a room there and we stayed there. But the crazy thing was, when we arrived, there were 2 guys sitting outside on the porch. So we arrived, we got out the car, we go in, there's no one there. Yeah, there's just a sign saying that we are surfing back later. We walk out, and then the one guy says, "Hey, you're JQ." Well, actually, back then I wasn't known as JQ, I think. So he said, "You're Joseph Quagraine." I say, "Yeah." Who the hell are you? Like, how does someone know me at a youth hostel in America? Turns out it was Robert Gustafsson, Robban, Gus. I don't know if you know him. Big bald guy with tattoos from Sweden.
Okay.
And then Jon Sandberg, another Swedish racer.
And
they were in America for a month to race RC cars. And they had arrived like 2 days earlier.
Wow. And you all seen at the same hostel.
It was ridiculous. We're like, what the hell? Timo's here for two weeks or whatever, 10 more days, and I'm here for 3 months. So then we decided, you know what? Let's just split a motel together and then share a rental car and go racing. So that's what we did. So that's when I got to know Robert and Jon, and we've been friends ever since. So yeah, and that's really like that trip launched my quote unquote career, because I went to the track pretty much every day. I met a lot of people, got a lot of contacts. I met like Degani, and he had just won the world championship. So it was weird because I was just this random guy from Finland, but he was super nice. I remember he gave me some metal gears for the Futaba servos, because the Futaba servos had one plastic gear and they'd always strip. So that's kind of actually how I met him, because he had metal gears made. Makes sense because he fixes clocks, right? So through his contacts, he had gears made, and he had some extra ones, some old ones. So he gave them to me, and then that's then we ended up just bumping into each other at races and stuff. And I guess he thought it was pretty crazy that some kid from Finland was, driving around Southern California racing RC. So I got to know him. And then another guy that I met at the time was Bill Hagen.
Yes, we got to get Bill on the podcast too.
I think it was the same trip. I'm pretty sure it was like, there was this race at Hot Rod Hobbies, and there was no roof on the driver's stand, and it started raining during the main, and I was his mechanic, and he was running a chrono at the time, and he was doing well in the main. And then I saw that he was catching Cavalieri, but he was kind of playing it safe. I can't remember now. Was he in third maybe, and Cavalieri was second? And it started raining, so I got an umbrella, and I went to stand behind him and hold the umbrella. And then I told him that, hey, like, push a bit more because you're catching Cavalieri. And I told him like about some line in some section or something, like, in this section, you're so much faster than him. Like, you're going to pass him here. And then he ended up doing it. Like, he ended actually up catching Cavalieri and passing him and getting second or whatever. And he was so happy about that. So he was like, thanks for the help. And if you want a place to stay, just come and stay at my house. So I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, because I'm like running out of money.
Yeah, here starts the typical JQ.
So it's just trips. Like random stuff like that. So, okay. So then I met Bill Hagen and his friends and going racing and all that stuff. So that's basically how that trip went. I met a bunch of people, did a lot of practicing and racing. And then after 3 months was up, then I went home.
Did you meet Smoker in this time?
I didn't. I mean, I think I met him, but I didn't really we didn't really become friends, or we didn't really talk that much during that first trip.
Got you. So you head back to Finland after spending 3 months on your dream trip in RC, your RC dream trip in SoCal, the mecca of RC, especially at this time. meeting a whole bunch of people. What then happened?
Yeah, so the best thing that happened for me was that my issue with racing was always my budget. I didn't really have the money to do it at the level that I wanted to. It was a motivating factor too, because I could see other drivers, other people who had such great support, and they, you know, I'm struggling with some shitty engine at the race, and then someone pitting opposite me comes in like about the same age as me and just tells his dad like he doesn't feel that the power is as good as it should be, and they just open up a bag with like 8 engines and pick another one, and I'm just like, fuck this guy, like I want to beat this guy so bad, you know. So it's like a motivating factor too when you don't have everything you need to do well, but you really want to do well. So you make the most of what you have, but you know that you're at a disadvantage, you know, and there's not much you can do about it. So I'm just thinking that I make the most of what I have. I know it's not that great, but I need track time. I need to travel. I need to go to races. And then I just need a break somehow, some way, someday. So what happened was, for my time in America, I was running a Hobao. And I was running a Hobao because Timo actually got the distribution of Hobao. The Hyper 7 was new at that time. So I got support through Timo with the Hobao stuff. And the very last race, I think it was the last race that I did over there, was the Silver State in Vegas. And I had met Paul Coleman, who worked at OFNA. So OFNA was Hobao in America, basically. Paul hooked me up with some help also, like tires to practice with and that sort of stuff. And then the owner of Hobao came to the Silver State race. So Paul introduced me to him. So he just heard the story of this crazy Finnish guy who went to America for 3 months to race. And what ended up happening after that was the owner of Hobao decided to support me for some travel so I could go to some races, and also to support me with more equipment so that I could have good cars and parts and stuff for racing. So that was really a turning point for me, because now I wasn't at such a disadvantage anymore, and I had good equipment and the possibility to travel to races. And also what happened was I met Scott Hughes, and he ended up supporting me for Proline. And then after I was already back home, O'Donnell contacted me and I got sponsored for Fuel. So then suddenly I had the support I needed to go further in racing. So now I had cars and spare parts, I had tires, and I had engines and fuel. Engines, wait. I don't know. I don't think I had engines yet. But anyway, so I started to have a package to go racing. I think when I came back, then I also got sponsored by Pico. So I had everything I needed. Now I had the equipment. Now it was up to me. So that's really the best thing that happened. It wasn't the reason I went to America, but that's what ended up happening.
When we say support, was this 100% or was it just percent off or what?
No, it went straight to 100%.
Oh, well, that's great. You was fortunate.
Yeah. I think the reason they did that was not that I had that great results in America, because I didn't, but I think the reason was more that they saw that this guy is pretty determined to do well and dedicated. So we're going to support him. I think that was more of the reason for the support.
Yeah, they liked your story as well, you know, and they saw that obviously look where you are now. So you get back to Finland, you got all these new sponsors, but you're in school now, right?
Yeah. So I was in school, and so then the next thing actually happened, which was that year that I came back, I had obviously been practicing a lot. And the Euros were in Italy. And I went there for the warm-up. And I became friends with Samuele Lenzi, who owned the track. And what I did was then, because back then RC wasn't as professional, the drivers weren't as serious, people didn't practice as much, really, I think. They didn't take it as seriously. So I really wanted to do well at this race. So I flew there for a weekend. I spent 3 days and ran 3 gallons on the track. And I just had it dialed in to where I could throw the car down and do a 5-minute run, same time, every time. I still remember the time. It was, actually, I don't remember the laps. Like, I don't remember how many laps, 7, 8, something, but I know it was 5:30 was the time. And I could just nail that over and over and over, 5:30, 5:30, 5:30. So fast forward to the Euros, first qualifying. So bear in mind, I had not done anything yet. I had been like 1/8 final, quarterfinal, that sort of level. So I'm some people who knew me personally and knew that I had gone to America and this, and they sponsored me, like they knew of that. Mm-hmm. General public had no clue who I was because I hadn't done anything, won a Nordic championship or something. Like it's nothing. So first qualifying round, pretty much do a 5:30 time, TQ. Like, holy fuck, like even I was surprised. I'm like, shit, that's crazy. Second qualifying round, 5:30 again, TQ again. So then I'm looking at the result. I'm standing by the results board, looking at the results, and there are 2 guys there, and they're like, who the fuck is that guy? Like talking. I'm pointing at my name. I'm standing right there. They had no clue. So then third qualifying round, my engine breaks. The carb sticks. It seizes. I'm like, fuck. Fourth qualifying round, we had to change the carb and all that. My engine isn't running, and fuck. So I had 1-1, nothing were my scores. One last qualifier left. And I think the way the schedule was, it was the next day. So I'm like shitting my pants here. Oh, please, I just need a break. So then the last qualifying round, I'm doing well. Last lap, I spaz out. I make a mistake on this last jump on the last lap. I crash, tumble on my wheels. I finish. I get 4th in the round. And I qualify 2nd, miss it by a point. Alex Lafranchi got TQ. I was devastated. I'm like, so close, so close. Semi-final rolls along. I'm inexperienced. I changed tires because the track grip went up, wear went up. I knew. I had practiced on slick front biters. I knew they were good, but I changed to knuckles, and they just had too much grip, and my car was a bit hard to drive. So I was also in the faster semi-final, ironically. Even my time I got, I believe, would have still made the main from the other semi-final. So like everything was just coming together to piss me off. And so I missed the main. I didn't make the main. I was 6th, first one out. It was pretty bad. Like it was pretty rough. Like I missed TQ, I missed the main.
Oh,
but
man.
Because of that, I showed that I had speed. Like from nowhere, this guy is just like fast. Like who the fuck is this? And so then I got even better support. Then, because I think I told Hobao actually, like, I could do more, but I can't because I'm studying and working, and then I'm supposed to race. Like, it's not possible. So then they actually started paying me too. So then I was studying, and in Finland, if you study in a university, you can get financial support. It's not a loan, it's actually a grant. So if you live alone and study, the government pays you. It was like about $500 a month. So that covers my rent. And then with Hobao paying me some money also, I was now essentially a professional RC car racer.
How much was Hobao paying you?
It was like Maybe like 1,400 euros a month or something like that.
That's good. You was making some decent money for going school and racing RC cars back in these days. That's good money.
Yeah. And at that point, I didn't really have the great results even yet to back it up, just potential for having some results. So then, what was that, 2003 or 2004? So the next couple of years, looking back, I know why I didn't have better results. But at that time, I was still trying hard, still doing my best. I had some decent results. Like the following year, I did make the main then at the Euros. Qualified somewhere, I can't remember, like top 5-ish. And then I made the main. Was kind of at the back of the main. I can't remember where I finished. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, something. Following year, again, semi-final fast, making the main, but I had an electrical problem. The wire broke in the receiver pack, so I missed it. Worlds, 2004 was my first Worlds in Sweden. I was in the 1/8 final. I had an engine issue. I didn't bump. 2006, Worlds in Indonesia. This was the time that I would say that was the peak of my RC racing sort of career, because I was still heavily studying, getting into it more, the engineering side, and also developing the car and my own parts, and trying to get to work closer with Hobao to potentially, help them design stuff for the cars and stuff. So I had some own parts for my cars and ideas that I was trying. And 2006 Worlds in Indonesia, I was fast, but I didn't have everything, or I didn't have the full package and support, the people behind me, like knowledgeable people to help me and eliminate silly mistakes and problems in my program, like make sure engines are good and all that stuff. So, I mean, to this day it pisses me off, but I was fast in qualifying. The track was very big and rough, so everyone was making mistakes. I remember one qualifying round, I qualified third and crashed 4 times or something. And I remember Yannick, who was arguably the man in the main, I remember him saying, him looking at me and shaking his head, because maybe he was marshalling for me or something. I don't know if he remembers it, but I remember him saying, you're crazy. Just because I was driving so ridiculous and making the mistakes, but I still got third in the round. It was ridiculous. So I just remember that. I was thinking, man, maybe I should back it down a bit. Maybe I should try and not crash and just go around the track, because maybe the speed is good. And that's what I did then. So for the semifinal, I got a massive lead, 7-second lead, pulling away from the other guys. This is the World Championship semifinal. And I wasn't even nervous. I was just driving, and I'm like, fuck, finally, now I'm going to have a good result. This is great. And I flame out. So then I flame out again. And that was it. I missed the main.
Yeah, I remember. This is your heartbreak, 2006.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually, I think that's really a turning point, sort of that time, because I could tell already then I wasn't good enough to always be a winner or fighting for the win. I just wasn't good enough. There were drivers who were always on point. I wasn't like that. And I recognized that. I could, when everything was good, maybe I could win a race. But I didn't think that I was good enough to be a professional driver where after I finish my studies, I can support myself and have a good living just racing. So I needed something else. I needed a job that allowed me to race. So that's when I decided that I'm going to try and set myself up so I have a job that allows me to race. And then when I have that, I will sort of regroup and then try again to get top results. That was my thinking. So 2007, 2008, 2009, I was trying to do that. I was still racing, but my results started to suffer because my focus was sort of elsewhere, trying to get in a position where I'm set, like good, I'm set. I designed my own car. I tried to get a job in the industry somewhere. I mean, nothing was working out. Then 2008, I decided, okay, so I'm not getting anywhere trying to get a job in the industry. What if I think a bit bigger and work with someone to make a whole car, since I've designed one? Like, let's try that. So I tried that with Himoto, 2008. Well, that failed. Nothing ever really happened. So 1 year sort of down the drain.
Why do you think it failed?
It's just because they didn't really have the knowledge and experience and the capability of pulling something like that off. Maybe they thought they did, but they didn't really, so it didn't pan out. Then I tried doing it with pro models in Belgium. They had a brand, Ishima. They needed a new car. I had a design. So they were going to make a new car that was the one I designed. And yeah, so then I could be their design engineer and racer, and everything seemed great. And we started doing that, but that fell apart also. They just didn't follow through. So now I go from having having good speed and the potential of having good results. I'm still sort of, made some mains at Euros, qualifying well at some Worlds and Euros, but I haven't won anything big. I haven't podiumed anything big. And then I go to having 3 bad years. Like, I'm not even really making mains. Like, nothing's really going well. Like, it's terrible. I'm going backwards in my racing. I have to decide, like, what the hell? I'm not even enjoying this anymore. I've tried twice, failed twice, and my racing is sucking, and my sponsors are getting worse. I'm not getting paid. What am I going to do? And then, I mean, at this point, I'm pretty much done with school. My parents would disagree because I never actually graduated. I knew what I wanted to do, so I just left out the bits that I knew I would never need. So I didn't do courses that involved a lot of time and effort that I knew I would never need for anything. I never did them. Instead, I selected courses that I thought were good for what I was doing. I even scammed myself into another university altogether, University of Art and Design. It's a whole different story. Let's not bore the listeners with that. What do you think?
I mean, we still have stories to tell on the podcast further, but this is just getting to the basics of you.
Yeah. So I did the stuff that I thought benefited me in school. So I was pretty much done. I didn't care about the diploma. I just wanted the knowledge. And things couldn't be much worse. Like, I was pretty much broke. Racing wasn't going well. I had failed twice to get my car made. So I started thinking, what if I just did it on my own? Fuck it. Like, what can I look? What is there to lose? And this is where, looking back, I realized what a lot of people are always offended at. I don't understand why. Like, when you say, privilege, like, some people are privileged and people are born into different circumstances. Some have better opportunities than others. It's not the same. Like, people always say, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and this and that. They don't realize that we all have different kinds of situations and opportunities in life. It's not that easy. My life has been exceptionally easy and safe if you compare to most people in the world. Even just my ex-girlfriend, who I was with for 8 years or so, even comparing to her, that's kind of where I really started seeing the situation I was in, because I never had any fear or doubt. I just thought, what is there to lose? I have nothing to lose. Let's just go for it. I'm going to try and get the money somehow from somewhere, loans from the bank or friends, fools, and family, and figure out how to get this done. That was my mindset. I had nothing to lose. Then there are people who, and why am I so safe? Because I have a family. I've got a mother and a father and 2 sisters and an uncle and an aunt and grandparents, and they all have homes and houses and couches and spare rooms. Whatever happens to me, I'm safe. I have a place to go. I have people that love me and care about me. My girlfriend, both her parents had passed away. She was from Brazil, lived in Finland for 10 years, but she didn't have that sort of support network. When she started her company, it was a different sort of risk she was taking. You know, she had 2 kids, she had divorced, she was potentially risking like losing the ability to see her children, be with her children, losing her residential status in Finland. Like there were all these different things you need to consider. And I had none of that, you know, like people are not all in the same situation in their lives. So I was very fortunate. It was an easy decision at the end of the day for me to do this because there was no risk. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I've kind of been in the same position for myself. I mean, even just thinking about when I decided to come work for you, it was like, well, I was kind of giving up. I wasn't doing any more tunnel work. And I was in my mind that I'm going back to Bermuda, which I didn't want to do. And I had a job lined up and all this type of stuff. Because I was tired of struggling every week. Rent wasn't getting paid by my tenants. And then you came along and I was like, man, there's an opportunity. But I have to think about my family. But I just said, man, I just got, you know, it was a big leap. It continues to be a big leap. So you don't have, I say this to you all the time, you have responsibilities, but you don't have the responsibilities that a lot of people have, even like myself. 2 kids, a wife, dogs, house, you know, all that type of stuff. So that makes me, that affords you a freedom that others don't have. And that's...
Yeah, and I don't understand when people get so personally offended or don't accept when someone says, oh, you're fortunate or you have privilege. Like, it's not a bad thing. I acknowledge that I have these things that have made it easier for me, but nothing of this would have happened if I didn't sacrifice a lot of things in my life and work hard and make tough decisions. Like, it's not about that. It's just that other people have a lot more to risk or more things to think about, you know? So I'm I'm thankful for that. And that kind of ties into the whole thing we can talk about later on about providing opportunities and how opportunities is really key in the world we live in. That's where it's all at.
All right. Well,
opportunities, but
you decided to make your own car. This is where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah. I had some contacts from the past who were manufacturing cars and products in Taiwan and China, and I just basically contacted them all, and I found one company that was willing to work with me, and we figured out a deal where it's a sort of good partnership where they were invested in my project in the sense that they would support with maintaining stock levels and shipping out to customers to where I can keep my organization small. So I do the design and development and sales, and they do the manufacturing, stocking, all the logistics, and also to some extent the funding of production. So I didn't need to have all this money to pay them huge amounts of money to make stuff. Our deal was to where they make the stuff, I sell the stuff, I pay the stuff when I sell it. This was the agreement. This is why was possible for me to do. And also another thing which I can mention when I say about it's all about opportunities. I was just some village idiot from Finland, right? No bank was giving me any loans. What am I going to do? Like, I have a project plan. I need 100 grand from a bank. No bank is just going to, like, what, you're making RC cars? Like, what's that about? The reason I got the loans I needed was that I had parents who said, okay, so we can mortgage our house for a loan. You know, how many people have that? Not everyone has that. But my parents did that for me. I had a grandmother who got sick and had to move. She was living in England. She had to move to Finland. So she sold her house and moved in with my parents. So she had a ton of money in the bank. Well, what did she do? I was able to borrow some money there. I had another grandmother whose pension was small, but she owned some land. So she sold it. So she had a bunch of money. What did she do? She guaranteed a bank loan for me. She put some money in an account and I got a bank loan. So I had all these things that made it possible for me to do this because I have a family, and I have a family who own stuff. They own homes, they own land, they have money, and they were able to help me do this. Like, without that, I don't think anything would have happened because I wouldn't have got the money to do it. So
you was fortunate. You wasn't from a rich family, but you was fortunate
with that, and that's why I don't understand when people think it's like it takes away from them if you say that they are fortunate. I know I'm fortunate. I still had to work hard. It still wasn't easy. But if I didn't have those opportunities, then I would have never been able to do this. So that's, yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah, I get that. We even have a story to prove how much that you weren't. I think it's one of the biggest misconceptions that everybody thinks you're from this rich family, and I keep asking about where is it, because it ain't filtering on to me. You know what I mean?
Well, in a way, I am. I mean,
but you know, your family
like,
just is.
I am from a rich family in that sense. Like, my family directly does not have a lot of money in the bank, and like when we were kids, we didn't get everything we wanted. We had everything we needed, but not everything we wanted, right? Mm-hmm. But the mother's side of my family is wealthy. Like, my uncle he's a farmer, you know, he owns a farm. So in that sense, I am from a rich family.
You have assets
because
to draw
my
from.
Uncle owns a farm. They have assets. I was able to grow up in a great environment.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but it's not like when I played ice hockey, I was a goalie, and we needed to buy new equipment, and it was always shit, you know, because when you're a child, you grow. So every year you need new equipment. It's expensive. So maybe this is should I tell the story now or save it for the podcast?
Yeah, I'll tell you a violin story.
I mean, save it for the story segment. So
yeah, tell the violin story.
Okay, so I played the violin.
I need this picture.
Yeah, you need this picture. So I used to play the violin. I didn't really want to, but I wanted to play the guitar, but I have two sisters. They played the violin, so my parents bribed me and got me to play the violin. So anyway, then they had this idea where I don't know how this transpired, but when my mom went to this grocery store, I was, I don't know, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like this age. I would play the violin in the market square like a busker, you know, and I made good money. Like, I just played for the 30 minutes, 45 minutes. My mom was in the store, and I made, I can't remember now. I would need to ask her, but what was it? Like 50 euros, 60 euros, something? I can't remember. I wish I remembered how much it was, but it was good money anyway. And I would do that on Saturdays, but I hated it. It was so embarrassing somehow.
Yeah, we even have the
And
picture. You're all dressed in like matching uniforms. Like you look like a mariachi
that was
man.
that was at some party or something, I think. But so yeah, every time on a Saturday when we were driving in the morning to the marketplace, I was just looking up, and I'm not religious, but I was praying for rain, because if it rained, that mean I didn't need to play the violin. But it was the kind of thing like, you just stop somewhere and everyone's looking at you like, what's this idiot doing? And you pull out a violin, you start playing. It's like, oh my God. Then a couple of tunes in, some people give you some money, and then it's like, okay, I'll survive this, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I remember when we was in Colombia, in that square, and like that clown was putting on that act, and like the whole square was watching him. That's kind of what I imagine he was doing.
Yeah, so I don't know. It was the money made it good though. Like it was literally like the violin case filled up, so I would hide the money so it looked like I didn't have a lot of money.
Gosh.
You know, like it, like it was good. It was good, but at the same time, it was like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. So yeah, I don't know. That's a good story, because it kind of annoys me. Also, when people say, I've seen it so many times. Like, I'm just from a rich family and I'm just playing around with my parents' money, or, when am I gonna get a real job, or this kind of stuff. Like, ever since I started, I have worked hard, but I've also been very fortunate. It's a combination of those things. But nothing has come free.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. People say the same thing to me. The Bermuda guys, when are you going to get a real job? I said, man, this is a real job. Just because you're not doing something that you love doesn't mean it's not real. You know what I mean? I'm working. I love this, but it's also work at the same time. So I get that. All right.
So anyway, where were we?
We were, you went on your tangent about, I knew you was going to go on, but this is your podcast, so you get to say what you want. But how you got started with your car, you made some connections. I remember even a funny story. You flew into the wrong airport the first time. You flew into the wrong entirely whole province or something when you went your first time.
So when I first went to visit the manufacturer, so we were talking on Skype, and what happened was that the messages got in the wrong order. So when I was asking about where to fly, and he replied, yes, like that's correct, or yes, when I was asking if the information was correct, it was actually for something else. So I booked the ticket and flew to the wrong place. And when I arrived, there's no one there. And I called them, and then like, what? Well, we're here. Like, where are you? And then I tell them, they're like, what? That's 8 hours away. Like, what? And everything was in Chinese.
Yeah. And
everything.
Yeah.
And so, oh my God, what am I going to do? So I managed to buy a ticket to the correct place and then fly to the correct place. But wow, what a shit show. That's another JQ.
Just another JQ racing road trip. Ain't much change, I'll tell you that. So how long did it take you from idea to production? Because this is like 2010, you started JQ Products, I think. You had no products.
I think 2007, I broke my arm in motocross, because I had taken up motocross as a hobby. And that's thanks to RC, actually. Can you imagine that? So I made enough money, at least, to where I could buy a dirt bike, and broke my arm. And that's when I finished my car design, 2007. So if we count, then 2007, basically, I was trying to work in the RC industry, and I had a car design. 2008, I tried with Himoto. 2009, I tried with Shima. And then end of 2009, I decided, okay, I'm going to do it myself. So then I remember that I made the payment in like December 2009 to start making molds and all that stuff. And then December 2010, World Championships in Thailand. And that's when I raced the production car for the first time, and we started selling cars. So that was the timeline, really.
I was just saying, I remember in 2010, I remember being in Ecuador, and I had just kind of gotten out of RC like 2008. You know, I was broke, everything, and my buddy, I had met him through RC. His son raced, and he took me to Ecuador to work, and we would sit off, and he would go fishing in the river, and I would just drink beer. We'd just drink beer, and we're like, yeah, when we get back, I'm gonna get Gene an RC car, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna get the JQ car. I remember, and I was like, I like it, and I was just like, I remember it just striking. Like, I remember I had seen you at Silver State, and I was like, who's this dickhead? Like, you know, he doesn't speak to anybody. He's got all this mouth on the starting grid and all this type of stuff. But typical what people think of you today, obviously, like, you know. And you wouldn't even speak to nobody. And I remember asking Paul who you was, and he's like, yeah, it's cool. But he's just a dickhead on starting grid. And like, to get your car, like, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get this. But I didn't even get back into RC after that. But yeah, like, that was, like, your car was a big deal. It really was. And like, the marketing behind it, everything was great. Like, and just like, it flew off the shelves. But it kind of like, I remember you saying, like, it was you sold all these cars and then it had problems with the plastics. That was like a hurdle you had to overcome and all that stuff. I mean, what was your strategy going into marketing your first car, all of that? How did you overcome that whole plastics issue, that hurdle? You know, you've gone through a lot of hurdles in your time, you know, in your development.
Yeah, so it was kind of a blessing and a curse that the initial sales were so good, because we actually pre-sold about 1,500 cars.
Really?
So yeah,
I would love to do that.
It was amazing. I know that it was amazing because it didn't exist. There had never been a car on a track, and somehow we sold 1,500 cars. Like, it was so unexpected. But the problem was, we had 1,500 crappy cars on the market then, you know, with the plastics breaking. And it didn't really matter that a few months later we had decent plastics then, because 1,500 people thought that the car sucked. So then it was really hard some people, they stuck around, they get it. They're like, okay, yeah, well, now it works. But so many people had a negative view of it that they, you know, obviously told their friends too. And then it was like the brand immediately had a bad image.
I know.
Yeah, the marketing was good, but the product sucks. So first initial sales, great. And then just
that's so devastating.
Massive reduction after that.
Yeah, that was devastating. Like, it was too bad. I don't even, like, any other company probably would have been done after that. You know what I mean? Or close to done. Pretty much done. What happened after that? Like, how did you overcome that? Like, with that and
Yeah, well, to back up a bit, so before, like, when I started doing this, I worked with one of my friends in Finland, Ari Jyvä. Ari is, I would say, one of those, like, a troubled genius. How can I put it?
Oh, I know who you're talking
about. He really is next level intelligent, but he's also sort of unstable. Mm-hmm. Let's just put it that way. Like, mentally, socially, like, work ethic. Like, he was great because we had the same type of humor, and he worked really hard at, you know, website and coding and graphics and all that stuff, and all, like, the quirky manual stuff and the jokes. He came up with a lot of that, and we bounced ideas off each other. Like, the whole idea for the brand and against the odds, and we do what we want, so should you, and the box designs and all this stuff, it's me and Ari working together.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
can we tell Ari to
what
put
ended
me on
up happening was, What?
Can I finally get a picture on one of the boxes?
Well, yeah, when we make a new box.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really made a new box in a while, so that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe that's
So,
coming soon.
I don't know about that. So anyway, so it started off great that way, but the problem is that the problem was that when you start a company, especially when you start a company where there isn't enough money to employ people to do all the different things, like, hey, you are a graphic designer, you are a sales manager, you are customer service, you're going to be our webmaster, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Like when it's just two guys, then you have to take on a lot more responsibility than what I think, want to.
Yes.
You have to do things that you, this isn't really my job. Why do I have to do this? But you just have to, because it needs to get done. So this was sort of one issue, because Ari was very good at the things he did, but just doing those things, we weren't getting enough traction to where we could both get paid.
Right.
You know, like enough to survive. Like it wasn't possible. So we had this issue where we can't get paid like full-time salaries and both do it. And how do we make this work? And well, you would have to do more. And so there were these sorts of issues coming up. And also then he was struggling with some personal issues and motivation and work and time and this and that. So it was sort of started, we had a bit of a strained relationship because of that. And then also because of that issue with the plastic, and then sales not being good, and then the finances not being as good as we wanted, and some other mistakes were made, like we made the engine we shouldn't have.
Why? Why
was
the engine a mistake?
Like we spent money on to do that we shouldn't have. We should have just focused. Like, okay, just make the next version of the car. Okay, make the e-buggy, make the truggy, like focus. But we spread out and started doing all these different things, and
too much.
Wasn't a good move.
Why was the engine a mistake?
Because it was too much money.
And didn't make it back.
To invest for not enough margin, and it took too long to get the money back. Like it was just a bad investment.
Okay.
So eventually what ended up happening was that then Ari basically quit. Like we just drifted apart, done. And I can't remember now what year that was. But what had also happened was that I had met Ilias from Greece at the 2008 Euros. So this was before I started JQ Racing. And then, you know, he had followed the story and he liked it. And we ended up then working together with Ilias. And he was like a team manager / sales guy. And it was really good. Like with the help of Ilias, actually. So what we did was we had this initial success, then a bit of a downturn. And then with Ilias, we had a second wave of success. Like, okay, we're back now. You know, the brand started making a bit of headway again. More people started to run the car again. And we were beginning to sort of establish ourselves in the market. And so started with Ari. He ended up leaving, and there was some overlap with him there also, and with Ilias. And then it was just me and Ilias.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Are you and Ari friends now?
Well, Ari's kind of just gone missing.
Okay.
He's not nowhere to be found.
Okay.
I don't know. So sometimes he puts some weird posts on Facebook.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But he's like out of RC.
All right. But yeah, it sounds like that kind of hurt you a little bit because he was there from the beginning. And yeah, it's
a shame. There are probably faults on both sides. Like I made mistakes, he made mistakes, and things could and should have gone better. But you have to understand that neither me or him had any experience in starting or running a business or any education in business or marketing or anything. We did everything for the first time without experience or any degrees or studying the subject matter. So all the marketing and sales and business we did was just from learning, like gut feeling, I think we should do this, and reading books and studying on our own sort of thing.
Yeah, you was winging it. I know all about that. Elias, man, he was influential. I know you and him were really good friends. I don't know him personally. People that he kind of he's done what I'm doing, or maybe I don't know to what extent, because I wasn't really in RC when he was there. I wasn't paying attention too much to that. And that ended badly for you. And I think this hurt you a lot. Obviously, it has hurt you because it sparked your whole beef with Tekno. I understand. I think you kind of have to let it go. But I also think I've worked with you. It's extremely fucking difficult. Like, you know what I mean? It's extremely difficult to work with you. So I can imagine what Elias went through. But also, I know like that it hurt you. Like it really did hurt you. I'm not trying to get all soppy and sappy, but I understand where your frustration with Tekno came from this. I mean, it's not obviously their fault to an extent, but I think that's where your frustration is aimed at them. So let's talk about Elias real quick.
Yeah, I think we had a great time. Those were some good years. I remember like racing highlight, probably Austria 2012. I made the main and I was pretty fast, like for the first time since a really long time. I remember early on in the main, I was up in like 4th place or something. Like, so I was in the mix, like for the first time in so long. So I'm like, oh, maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel. And I ended up finishing 7th at that Euros. And we also got the Medjugorjes on the team. And that was good. They were fast. They were doing well in France. And we actually had a pretty good team. Like we had Robert Gustafsson. Mm-hmm. Gus, he was on the team at one point.
He's back, it looks like, too.
He's back what?
Racing? JQ cars from Facebook.
No.
Yeah, I made a post about it the other day. From Sweden, right?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what you're thinking about, Max Johansson. Mm-hmm. Then we had like Miguel Matias 1 year was running the JQ car, and so we had. There's so much that happened in those years. It's crazy. We did an Asia tour together. We traveled all around Asia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, pretty much everywhere except we didn't go to the Philippines or Singapore. I went to Australia even, like, yeah. There's a lot that went on in those years, like 11, 12, 13, those years. Good years. Got a lot of good memories, a lot of fights and issues too. But overall, if I look back, it's like, wow, we experienced and did a lot. It's crazy.
So it's very similar to us, to be honest. But what?
Yeah, just a different time, like more.
Yeah.
Yeah, a different time.
Yeah. What eventually what eventually happened and transpired between you two where it ended badly because you guys don't even speak to each other, which is a shame. I think it's going to have to come from you, but I think you should reach out to him and say, hey, you know?
No, it's because he's a very emotional person, you know?
Oh, you aren't. That's the problem. That's one of your biggest problems. You can't.
Like sensitive and emotional.
Yeah, well, so am I.
If someone like that is like, you dead to me, then that's it. Like, there's nothing you can do. You know, like, I'm not like that. I don't have any hard feelings or I don't hold grudges, you know? But it is what it is. I think the only regret I had was like back, I was breaking up with my girlfriend and I didn't have any money, and we had some issues too, like arguments about this and that with Elias, and he was getting married and he invited me to his wedding and I didn't go. I ended up not going. Like I said, I just can't. And I think that really hurt him. So after that, pretty much then it was like done.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So I should have, that's my only regret really, that I didn't go. I should have, but it was just, everything was going so shitty at that time that I ended up not going. So that, if I had to look at the single thing, then I think that was a big thing. Like even without that, I think it would have ended, but that's probably why it ended so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was probably a really big deal for him.
Yeah, I think maybe that was, I can't remember, 2014 maybe then.
Yeah, and I think
13, 14.
I think when he left, he kind of pulled the rug out from underneath you too. So when he left,
yes and no. I mean, I expected it to be worse than it was, because he was in charge of all the sales and team guys, right? So when he then went to Tekno, he just knew all the prices and everything and just offered everyone a better deal, like dealers, distributors, and drivers, you know, but a lot of people actually stayed, to their credit. So that's why I was like, I would have plenty of reasons to, you know, be mad, but I'm not. Like, the reason why it ended bad is I think more so because of me and how I am than him. He was reacting and responding to me, and I owned and run the company and paid him as an employee. Do you see what I mean? Like, yes, there's faults on both sides, but he's reacting to me. Like, if I was different kind of person, then he wouldn't have had an issue and there would have been no issue. But because of the way I am, and I'm rude and direct, and I don't give credit and pat people on the back every fucking day, like, in my mind, like, hey, you're doing your job, like, what more do you want? Like, you did, you did what was expected of you. You know, I'm just the completely wrong kind of person to be a leader or a
you don't coddle people,
or like a good manager of people. Like, I am not that guy, you know, and that's why we had these issues. So what was the question? What was I trying to
He was
answer?
talking about Elias. You lost track. But let's segue into another thing that I've noticed is well, you know what? Let's take a break and let's pay some bills.
NNRC listeners, are you currently having trouble trying to get the power down to the ground? Well, don't you worry. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, dirt, loose, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures for traction. Benefits of using Papa Willie's Tonic Traction is going to be more traction, long lasting, light tire wear, sweet scent, clean application, fast acting, fresh fill. Papa's Willie Traction Tonic is also safe on foam inserts and does not deteriorate tire glue. Find and follow Papa Willie's Traction Tonic on Facebook and Instagram. You could also visit them at www.papawillies.net. Use the promo code NNRC at checkout for 10% off. Prepare for victory with the one and only Papa Willie's Traction Tonic.
All right, so just back from paying some bills, Joseph. All right, so let's move on. Let's talk. This kind of segues into something else. You've had a lot of young drivers, the Majubes, Bradley Bairds, Max, come and go. Recently, Max, and I really feel like these guys just use you as a stepping stone to, and then when the bigger company comes around, they like say, hey, see you later, fuck off. But I mean, has this kind of, I mean, yes, we have some young guys in the team now, which we want to push and all that stuff too. But has this kind of diminished your enthusiasm to put into younger drivers?
maybe a bit, but it's kind of part of the game. It's maybe people don't always realize that it's money, like it costs money. It's free to them, but it's not free to the company. And I think maybe I'm not as willing really to go the extra mile and like actually emotionally be invested in someone, because they so easily
let you down,
just move on to something else. You know, it's hard to find someone that is dedicated and has potential and is loyal to the extent where you would be comfortable to really support them the best you can and to give them a great opportunity, and then they make the most of it, and you sort of, there's mutual trust, like, okay, so this is what we're doing. So I haven't really put much effort into that side. I mean, Max was there and I was like expecting him to leave at some point, and I knew already last year that he was going to leave. Like, I just knew it. So it just, maybe it does change a bit, but it's a case where I'm not discouraged in that sense. That's what I want to do, but I'll do it on my terms, when it's okay. Like when it doesn't, when it's not such a big deal. Like when I'm getting paid well and the company's doing well, yeah, then I can do it. You know, it's no big deal. But when I'm choosing to support someone else over myself, or supporting myself better, or choosing to support someone else over something else I could do, I don't want to do that anymore, because it doesn't pay off in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Like,
and it drains you. It drains you emotionally. I know, because I go through it myself. You know, I put a lot into our drivers. I'm getting better with it. When they leave, and just like, okay, see you later. But some do hurt, and Max hurt. Like, and how to, like, let's be realistic. Like, I know you played it off a little bit and all that stuff, but I know Max leaving hurt you.
Well, yeah, I didn't want him to go, but I can understand perfectly well why he left. But let's see what happens in the coming years.
Yeah. I was talking to his dad the other day, and he's like, "Oh, you're mad." I said, I'm not happy about what happened at all. I understand it, but it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. I still like consider you guys friends, and that type of stuff. But I don't have to be happy about it, because it seems like I guess I'm a loyal dude at some time. Yeah, you don't worry. You've pissed me off to the point where I just want to leave too. But I've come a long way. So. Yeah, I get all of that. I meant to ask you too, what was your big beef with Durango? Because that's another company you had a lot of beef with.
There was really no beef. It was more sort of banter back and forth, because they released their car same time with me. So Durango released their, whatever it was called, at the same time, and there was these two new brands on the market. But what we would do always is, like, me and Ari, so when they post some news, we drown them out. That was kind of our goal always, and that's just how it started. Like, like just posting stuff online, and then we would post something and drown them out. That was the goal. Always. And then the two cars were released at the same time, and both cars actually had issues. And I don't know, I think their initial sales were good also, but they had more money behind them. So it was this like David versus Goliath thing. And we just played off that. And I guess we ended up winning, because they had all these big name drivers and all that, but then they failed and ended up going bankrupt, and we kept going. So I guess we won at the end of the day, but yeah, there was no real beef. Maybe they didn't like what we were doing, but we were just having a bit of fun.
I'm pretty sure they did.
And then later on, the whole Arma thing, same company, really, that was stupid. That was really stupid.
Well, that came from, what happened there?
Yeah, so that's later on, and that was when, like, I think 2016, when I got the sponsorship from Arma Energy, and then the company that owned Durango also at the time, but then Durango went away, and they had Arma with 2 R's as a sort of hobby level, like Traxxas competitor car brand. And they started threatening to sue me because I had Arma Energy JQ Racing team and stickers, and I made a ready to run with the Arma Energy wing skin and stuff. And they actually got A-Main to stop carrying JQ Racing because they were threatening legal action. They were threatening A-Main with legal action. So it's just easier for A-Main to drop JQ Racing than to even bother with that. So that really pissed me off, because A-Main was a good customer of mine. Like, that's just, a big chunk of money gone. Like, suddenly A-Main isn't selling JQ anymore.
Dude, all these, anybody else, this would have been over. This should have been over a long time ago. Should have been over.
Oh, that company?
Yeah.
But
we shouldn't even know each other.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, I was quite sort of determined and stubborn, persistent.
I know.
To get it done.
Yeah. But there has been a number of companies that you've teamed up with outside the industry companies, Skull Candy, Arma, obviously. How did it all come about? What do you think drew them to JQ Racing? And what do you think is stopping more non-RC companies from joining RC teams? I mean, there are some. Like, Makita's been with AE forever. So.
Well, before we get into that, let's get us to the point where that happened. So after Elias left, so we had the initial wave with a new car, then the car sucked and another dip. Then I was working with Elias, then we had a new sort of wave again. Then he left. Then what happened was that was a turning point. I redid the strategy of the company. I'm like, fuck this, just do it ourselves. Started JQ Racing USA, started JQ Racing Europe, and JQ Racing International. So we had 3 web shops, and we would start selling direct, and we would start supporting drivers direct. And we started in America by I spent most of my winters over there. I met a bunch of people. I ended up meeting this guy, Nick Hernandez, that raced mainly 10 scale, but also some 8 scale at the time. He was really a good guy, and went to some races with him. And then one of my trips, when I was leaving, he said, hey, JQ, we should have a meeting. We should talk. I have some ideas that we could do. And then what ended up happening was he wanted a sort of side hustle thing for him to do, earn some money. And he suggested that he could be the shipping hub for JQ Racing USA. So he converted his garage into a shipping department, storage, put boards up on the wall, all the spare parts, kits, all that stuff in his garage. And then at night he got an email with an order, and he would just pack the orders and ship them out. So I did all the web shop stuff, and he just got an email and he shipped out orders. And that's really how we started JQ Racing, like really kickstarted JQ Racing in America by doing this. So our service was decent. He was good at shipping out the orders, and we had good stock levels of everything. And we started building a team in America. And we were doing the same thing in Europe, and actually Max's father was doing the shipping. So that's one reason why I gave such good support to Max, and travel and taking him with me everywhere, and everything was free, and also tires and engines and servos and everything, because his dad was shipping out the orders from Finland. So that was the deal in Europe. And I think that changing this, like rebranding from JQ Products to JQ Racing, starting the web shop, starting to sell direct to drivers, starting to build up like a discounted team drivers and all that, that really saved the company, because our sales to distributors were going down and kind of died there for a bit. And that's right when the web shop was ready and we launched it. So it was a crazy, like our sales just went away and then we launched our web shop. And then we started having sales and we were in control. Like we would directly speak to people and make sales. And after starting this, then I think that's when I met you, because I was doing this. I was traveling around. I had an extra car and we had the web shop, and that's how we were spreading awareness of the brand and selling cars. And that's then when I met you. And then together we went on our third wave with the brand.
Yeah, I don't miss those days though. Ooh, wow. When I first got started with you, and I didn't know what was going on, then I met Nick, and I said, "Wow, this is like what we're doing." Like people just didn't understand, and I understood why it was hard to keep parts in stock. And as we grew, it like was even harder to keep parts in stock.
Yeah, but the strategy worked, because
yes,
the thing was that we needed to create a market in America that was attractive to someone, because in the early days when the sales were good, there was interest, and HRP at one point had the distribution for JQ, but they didn't do anything to grow the brand. They just fulfilled demand. So then after the issues, demand just dropped, and that was it. Like they couldn't sell anything and it wasn't good. So when we actively created a like active market and user base for JQ Racing in America, and when the sales became big enough where we couldn't really keep up, we couldn't keep stock, and Nick had a lot to ship out, and we were like in the point where we need to grow. That's when you actually found BeachRC, Brent and BeachRC, who then wanted to take over. So it was perfect timing. So now we had an attractive
it's been
like we had an attractive brand for a company like BeachRC, because we can show this is the amount of sales we have every month. And what ended up happening was we just sold all our stock from JQ Racing USA to BeachRC. And then they started ordering from us directly from China and took over. So we gave them all our customers and all our products, and they took over. And that then boosted our sales again, because now the customers had even more products available to them through BeachRC, and Beach was able to ship more efficiently and faster and provide more support for their customers. So it started growing even more after that. And then with you on board, you sort of took over the role of team manager in America and the face of JQ in America. So that's why that market then took off. And in Europe, Max's father stopped shipping out the stuff, but we didn't really first have anything going on in Europe. But then eventually we found Donuts Racing and RC Streamline, the distribution company, and they then took over having the stocks in Europe and selling to team guys in Europe. And now we are building up the European presence more. Scott Walker is
he's doing a great
job.
job.
So now we are trying to sort of catch up to the American level also in Europe.
Yeah. But we still need to go forward, by the way, because you've done a lot of damage too. Let's not act like you haven't done that.
I don't agree with that.
Well, you don't, but that's why I'm glad you're on Facebook. Wow.
Well, let's put it like this. The reason we are still here is because there are people who are passionate about the JQ Racing brand. And why are they passionate about the brand? Because of the things I have done and do and say, and who I am.
Well, because of
That's
your story
why.
as well. I think a lot of people like your story more than anything.
Yes, of course. When you have someone that people relate to on an emotional level, like they care about them, it's inevitable that there are people with the opposite emotion. So there are brands in the market that have money and they spend money and they have results, but no one really cares about their brand. So they run it because they get a good deal or it's convenient. But if something different comes along, they switch. We've been through trials and tribulations and all these things have happened. And there are people who have stuck by. They like the story, yes, like some guy made a car and all that. They like that. They like the guide. They like the help. They like all those things. But they also like the honesty and the directness and the rawness and everything, you know, and maybe they agree politically too, you know. So I think it's important to be that way. And that's why I'm still here. I'm 100% sure of that. Because without the support of that passionate following, this would have ended.
Yes, this is
if
true.
If I was vanilla and did everything right and everyone was like neutral, then we would have been done by now, because people would have got a bit of better discount, or another car would have felt a bit better, or something else, something is more convenient, and they would have switched, and enough people would have switched to where we wouldn't be here anymore.
I think it's more than that as well, too.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, there are people who hate me and hate the brand because of me and will never run this, and they talk bad about it, but they are talking. Don't forget that.
That's
the
true.
Haters spread the message too. The brand is on the forefront. When we post something, good or bad, people read, people click on it. Back in the day, Neo Buggy, when they posted news, everyone saw it, you know, people talked about it. Whatever happened, good or bad, like, that's important too. We didn't have the results. We were like, JQ Racing, there was no reason for JQ Racing to be a topic of discussion as far as product or results. No reason. But every fucking week, people were talking about the brand. Why?
Yeah, Why? But we're going to still do that, but we just have to be a little bit.
I know, but
we're going RC controversial.
Like,
but we can argue about this for a whole podcast, because the thing is with you I feel with you is that you go too far one way. This is why you have to get off Facebook, because there's no middle ground for you. So yes, while like we can still be controversial, you take it to that extreme. And I've told you that over and over. Even when somebody agrees with you and says, JQ, you are right. You are absolutely right. You continue to go on. And I think that's part of your autistic makeup or whatever that's clicking in your brain. Even when somebody agrees with you, you still continue to argue, because they don't see everything you think to 100%. And not everybody's going to think like you 100%. You and I don't think exactly the same 100%. You know what I mean? But we can, move on and go forward. So I'm looking forward to this. Like I told you the other day, let's try a different strategy. Let's you've put your money where your mouth is. You've done that for a long time. Let's try something different for a bit here. So this is the next phase. All right. So we still have a lot of topics to go over here. Let's talk about the different, but let's talk about how you was able to attract these companies to JQ Racing. I think this has a lot to do with your story as well. Just like the the companies were attracted to sponsor you early out. I think this is why the company sponsor you. I mean, because we are the small, like literally, we are the smallest chassis manufacturer in RC. Probably the smallest company in RC. I mean, there's obviously one man shows, but I mean,
chassis manufacturer
by far. I mean, people don't understand is you and me, and Scott's obviously been helping out a lot with Europe, and then we have Brent and Lucas doing everything at Beach RC, but it's really you and me. And you have a million different irons in the fire, more than me. I have this now, which is taking up a lot of my time and stuff like that as well. But how was you able to get Skull Candy on board? Why didn't that last? Why do you think companies are attracted to us, JQ Racing? Well, we need to get another one, I would say. Be nice to get Monster, Red Bull.
They aren't attracted to us, but they aren't attracted, but I try to get them on board, and sometimes I succeed. I mean, what more is there to it? The Skull Candy thing was a case where it was through Finland, and I had a meeting with them in Finland, and they agreed and to the support and all that, and we started doing it, but they didn't realize how big the impact would be and how it was global. I did explain to them, but I guess they weren't really paying attention, because like within a week of us just making the announcement and some pictures and whatever we did, Skull Candy headquarters had contacted them, and they were like, hey, what's this? And then they shut it down, essentially. Like, I actually spoke with the owner of Skull Candy, and he was like, you know what, since they said this, then we'll honor the deal for this year, but then we won't go on, because we have to be careful with where what we endorse and where we spread the brand in this way, because we need to stay focused on our core sports and athletes, and then not do these different projects in this way. Like, whatever, I understand, that's their strategy. So they honored it for that year because we had the deal made, but then it ended after that.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately.
And then, Alpha Form was the 3D printing company that my friend worked at. And that was just basically a deal because I was getting 3D printed parts. So then I promoted their company. Yeah, so the Arma Energy deal happened because I had already spent a few years trying to create this team atmosphere, team sponsors, team presentation, shirts, tents, banners, everything, like promoting products as a racing team. So I had pitches already. I had all the ideas in my head. And what happened was I went to a Supercross race with Bradley Baird and Shelley, his girlfriend at the time. We went to San Diego Supercross. And by chance, I sat next to the owner of Arma Energy. And for most of the race, I didn't even know. And then he left to go somewhere. And then a drunk Arma guy was talking to everyone, and he turned around and looked at us, and he said, hey, do you know who that guy is next to you? And it's like, no, who's that? And he's like, oh, that's the owner of Arma Energy. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to let this opportunity slide. So I talked to him, and he said, oh, stop by the pits after the race. So I did. And then we talked, and he said, okay. So he owned a motocross track in Southern California. So he said, well, let's have a meeting one day. And I prepared a presentation and a plan. And I said, okay, so I want to sort of run a team in RC, just like you do in Supercross and motocross, and you would be the title sponsor. And I had some contacts also through RC in the right kind of industries that could potentially sell Arma Energy. And they were still mainly just in California. And they were interested in that too, like maybe branching out to some other countries. So there was a lot going for us. And he was really into it because I think, so let me put it this way. He was into it because he could see that I had a vision, and I clearly I was passionate about what I was doing, and I was working hard, and I needed an opportunity. And that's why he did it. He didn't do it because he thought that it would be amazing for Arma Energy. I think he did it because he wanted to provide me with an opportunity. And he also sort of clarified a lot of thoughts that I had in my mind to do with what I wanted to do with JQ Racing and JQ Threads and all of that. Like, because he told me once, actually, he said that it's all about opportunity. Like, because I said, like, why did you do this? Like, after we signed the contract, and that's when he told me, like, it's all about opportunities. The best thing you can do is to give someone an opportunity that needs it, and then what they do with it is up to them. Like, you don't just give someone money or support for nothing. It's like there needs to be a plan. Someone wants to do something, and if you can help them along the way by providing an opportunity, then that's like what he's all about. So that's why he did it. And it was great that I met him, and a great opportunity truly for JQ Racing, but it also helped me to sort of clarify all these thoughts that I had and plans for the future. So that's how that came about. And it's very unfortunate that it came to an end. And it was because it ended because Arma Energy had some internal conflicts. There was another guy who was an original founder, and there's just like drama we don't need to get into. But yeah, because of that drama, he was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to try and do this anymore. Like, I'll just drop the whole energy drink thing and focus on something else, like focus on my motocross tracks and all other business stuff. So because he stopped that, then the sponsorship ended too. But that's a real shame, because we had some plans that could, right now, I mean, it could be amazing for RCGP, for example, and all that stuff. So yeah.
Sweet. Just want to wrap up here on what we was talking on JQ Racing. You've made 5 different platforms in the last 10 years. Which of those platforms was the biggest step in forward of terms of design?
That going to the white edition was the biggest change, as in the most parts changed, longer arms, new chassis, radio tray, and shocks and all that stuff. But I still think that the biggest change was actually a change that doesn't look that big, but it was going to the black edition. Because not only were we able to, yes, I know we had some different quality issues like soft turnbuckles or stuff like that, but the overall quality improved, and the design changes we made the car handle so much better. So I honestly think that going to the black edition was the biggest thing, because now the platform was one that you can run the same setup pretty much everywhere and make minor changes to it, and the car is good. So the balance was good on the car. And yeah, so even though it doesn't look like such a big change from the white edition or white edition LV to the black edition, the changes we made such a big difference to how the car feels on the track that I would say that's the biggest change.
Okay. You're known as somebody that has a lot of projects and struggles to find time to finish. Do you do anything besides work? I must admit, you have a lot of irons in the fire. I know how you juggle it all.
I don't think, well, I agree and disagree. So it's not that I don't find the time to finish stuff. It's that things are very hard to finish. Do you see what I mean? Like, I have done the best I can to develop the car. With the resources I have, I think I've done a decent job. Like, would I want to have a better car, like made a completely new one? And do I have ideas to improve it? Yes, of course. I think I could have a much better car if I would have had the money to do, make new molds and make a new version, but I haven't had that, so I've made the most of what I have. Other things that I've done and that I've been involved in, some things have been because I can't just focus on one thing. I have to do other things because we need to survive. We need the brand to survive. We need enough income for me to survive. So I've had to do different things. And then like RCGP, for example, I haven't made any money. I've spent money on that. But the thinking behind a project like that is I want to see a change in the industry, and it's not changing. So I have to make sure it changes. Kind of like in the beginning, I wanted to work in the industry. I wanted to design cars. It wasn't happening, so I had to design my own car. Well, I wanted the racing to be more professional. I wanted the image of RC to be better. I wanted companies like Arma Energy to not only sponsor a team because they liked the individual who runs the team and thought that they wanted to provide him with an opportunity, but because it's actually a good business move too. I wanted that to be the case, but for that to be possible, we needed to have a series. We needed to have races, and I tried to get people to do it. Neo Buggy Phil and a bunch of people, but no one's gonna do it. So I had to do it, and yeah, I don't know what I've started and I haven't finished. I'm doing the new guide. Yes. Would I want the guide to be finished sooner? Yes, I would. It should already be out. I would like the videos for the guide to be out too. There's a lot of those things that I'm doing that I would like to do better and faster. But I'm still doing them. They're all getting done. We raced the full RCGP season. The guide will be released. We have a podcast now. All these things that I'm doing, they are getting done. They are just maybe not getting done as fast as people would like, but they're getting done.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I know you've said this before. You haven't said this to me, but someone told me. And I guess this is going to go to what would you do if you was to start JQ Racing all over again? But someone told me you would not call it JQ Racing. Is that one of the things that you wish you could go back and change?
Yeah, I would have not called it JQ Racing because, well, see, me and Ari, we discussed it, and the only way that we saw us having a chance was if we told our story. Mm-hmm. If we made it about, this is just a racer who made his own car. And he did it because he wanted to design his own car and then win with his own car. That needs to be the story. If we tell that story, then we can possibly make it. And we thought that because we don't have professional top-level drivers, famous drivers winning world championships and that kind of stuff. We don't have that. We don't have the money to back then, advertise in magazines, advertise online. We don't have that kind of money. So we knew we would be a small player. We needed to somehow create a splash. And we thought that, okay, so we need everyone to know that this is not just some Chinese brand or something like, this is a guy who raced RC, who started his own car brand. So that's why we named it JQ Products at the time, because I don't know if I was really known as JQ. I can't remember. Maybe. But
you was, because they used to call you JQ back on the starting grid days.
Okay, yeah. So I was known as JQ, so it made sense. But here's the thing. We did it because we wanted to be sure to get the message out. Like, we thought we needed to do everything we can to connect connect the brand and me and the story and all that. But we didn't know that we would be as good as we turned out to be at the whole marketing thing and all that. Like, we didn't know, with no idea. All those stories we wrote and jokes and manuals and stories about developing the car and designing it and explaining about the car and the guide and all that stuff we did. That would have been plenty. That would have been enough. Like, we could have called the brand anything, like Infinity now. Like, imagine we had just called it Infinity and had a nice logo and that's it. Like, I wish we had done something like that. It would have been so much better. But what ended up happening was, like, it was too closely linked to me. It's like, instead of Kyosho, imagine it was Kanai Racing. That's different. Mm-hmm. Yes, Kanai works for Kyosho and designs the car, but it's not so personal. Kyosho is still Kyosho. There's a difference. It's like, if you run a Kyosho, yes, you may know about Kanai, you may not like Kanai, but there's not that emotional thing. Like, I'm not going to run a Kyosho because of Kanai. But if it's a Kanai car, then it's like, I'm not going to run a Kanai car. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's too close. It's too personal. And we had no idea that it would be that way. We were trying to achieve that, but we didn't think we would come anywhere close to making it that synonymous. So,
do you,
yeah.
what do you, like, what do you think the barrier is between JQ Racing and hitting a mainstream, like, and hitting the mainstream car brands? I think they just have the money behind them. Like, they can pay these drivers.
I think there's 4 things that you need to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
You need a good product. You need a good sales network and distribution channels and availability and pricing. So that kind of logistics and pricing stuff. So you have a good product, you have good pricing, logistics, availability. Those 2 things. And then third thing, you need good results. So you need to, win races, podium races, be relevant. And then a fourth thing, you need to have something that people care about. So your brand needs to be something that people connect to on an emotional level. If you don't have all these 4 things, you are not going to be a main player. It just doesn't work. So let's think about it. So with JQ Racing, we have a good product now. It's plenty good enough. We have good enough logistics, availability, and pricing. It's kind of a chicken and an egg thing, that it would improve the more popular the brand is, but it's not an issue for the brand. So we have the product, we have the logistics and pricing. We have a brand that people care about, and they have an emotional connection to it on some level. They have an opinion. People love it. People hate it. But they care. The thing that we are lacking is results and credibility. People don't look at us and think like we're Mercedes in F1, or we are Red Bull KTM, or we are Honda HRC. They see like we are TM Racing, or we like Minardi, or what is that F1 team called? Like Racing Point. Mm-hmm. That's the thing that we are missing. And because of that, we have a good group of drivers racing and some good drivers, but we don't get the sort of local level hotshot good guys, experienced, but not world-class drivers. But on a local level, they influence other people because they win locally. Because those guys, they look up to Mayfield and Rivkin and Cavalieri and Ronefalk and Robert Batje and
yeah, I get it.
Ongaro. You know, those guys who are important on a local level to influence other people, they look at the top guys that are winning. And they do that because that's proof that they can win too. So if they are doing the best results for a brand, they think, okay, this car is holding me back. I could do better, but it's holding me back. It's not the case, but they feel that way. Mm-hmm. But if they are running an Associated, and Associated is world champion, and they won the Raw Nationals, and Ongaro just fucking lapped everyone at some race, then they don't have a doubt about the product. They know that this car is plenty good. I'm just going to practice. I'm going to put Ongaro setup on. I'm going to win. So that's why those guys go for that car. And because they are good on a regional, local level, they then influence other people to run that product. And then young kids, they also look at Ongaro and those top guys, and that's what they want to run. So we are in a situation where we have drivers of many different skill levels, but we can never have a majority because we don't have Ongaro, Ronnefalk, Mayfield, Rivkin. We have 3 of the 4 things. We have a good product. We have decent availability and pricing, logistics, that stuff. We have a brand that people care about. We write guides. We help people. Good customer service. All that stuff. If we add credibility in racing and good results, and we make it so people don't doubt the equipment because they see someone winning, then we have all 4, and then we can make it. And I don't want to now talk about other brands because people always get mad at that, but I can look at all the brands in the market and I can see that they are missing one of these things, and that's why they aren't more popular. And then I look at the established brands and they have all 4.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's segue into the next question. I know you've said this before. If we threatened, we thought we was going to sign somebody in 2018 going to 2019. But we all know we was trying to get Cav. I still would have liked that to happen. Who would you, if you could just sign anybody right now, like no budget, just budget unlimited, who would you sign? One driver.
You know, I changed my tone a bit here.
I know you changed your tone on paid drivers.
If I could just sign one driver, I would sign David Ronnefalk.
I would say that too. Because
you know why? Because I would tell David, look, here's the deal. I want you to become the most legendary 1/8 scale off-road racer in the history of RC. I don't want you to drive any other fucking car than an 8 scale nitro buggy, except like whatever, maybe DNC run the e-buggy and the truggy, you know? But this is your focus, and together we will work on the car, work on your setup, develop the car, and just make you an unstoppable force. And so you can win every fucking race. Like, that's what I would do.
And let him be the Viking. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
set him free. Set the Viking free.
Yeah.
The thing is that because I know he's dedicated, he works hard, he's good, he knows, he wrenches on his own shit, and he's still young, he's hungry, he wants to win. Like, it's all there, the full package. And he's super talented. He has, like I said before, he also has the right style. Like, he drives a car with traction. Like, it's a good way to race. You know, any kind of condition, situation, he can be good. He doesn't have a weakness as such, you know? So I would sign him, and then I would just try and win everything.
Oh, man, he would be like a PR dream. Like, I'd be like, just go. Be free.
Yeah, plus that, like, he gets the whole marketing side and videos and all that stuff. Like, yeah, that's where
I would actually sign him myself. Like, people be like, well, Ongaro is a champion and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, and I like Ongaro and I like these guys and all that stuff. But to me, Well, and I would put Spencer in this because Spencer's he promotes himself as well. But I think David takes this professionally. He does everything to make it professional. He takes this shit serious. Like, it isn't like I think he eats, shits, breathes, and sleeps RC. Like, how am I going to be better? And I'm not saying other people aren't doing that, but yeah, I would. And he's been a great influence for HB. That's why HB is so popular right now. You know what I mean? And I really think Coag needs to go back to Europe and hang out with him, but he was very influential in Cole and that time that Cole spent there last year. So yeah, I would agree with that. Man. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's pretty much, we have other things on JQ Racing, but man, we would spend all day. Well, here's the thing. What is the ultimate goal for JQ Racing?
Yeah, good question. So I think originally the goal was to make a car that I can win with. Like, I wanted to have a job in RC and then focus on my racing and do well, because I'm very competitive that way. And it's been very hard to accept the fact that it's just not going to happen, really. Like, not to the level.
No. Are you admitting that
it's
over now? Are you finally admitting that, like, I'm just going to wait to 40 plus and focus on that?
No, I'm not. So now like 10 years is coming up. So I still want to, I have like 2-3 years of racing maybe. And I want to be in the position where everything's rolling good and I can choose a race or 2 or 3 and put a lot of effort into them and try and get a good result. Something that I'm happy with, like, yeah, man, I did well. Like, kind of like Drake at DNC, you know, you remember when he was leading at one point, wasn't he?
I can't remember. It's been so long.
Well, he was up there anyway. Let's just say, like, it had gone perfect and he finished on the podium. Mm-hmm. Like, he was in the,
he wasn't leading, but he was like on the podium at one point, I believe.
I know. So he was kind of up there. So that's what I kind of mean. Like, just some race where people are watching and they go like, what the fuck? Why is he so high up? And then you finish third or something. Like, I just want to have an event where I've put in the work, I'm ready, car's good, everything's good, I have a good result. Like, that's what I want to achieve now at this point. But originally, the goal was to make a car and win fucking championships and races. And, well, I failed. It sucks. Like, it really pissed me off for a long time. Like, that was my midlife crisis right there, and I had to accept that. So going forward, what my goal is really I want to turn JQ Racing into this great racing team, racing in like at the RCGP series sort of situation, and hopefully we can, you know, nudge Efra and Ifmar in the right direction too, to where we have a fun, professional, successful racing program with sponsors and a budget. And we travel around having fun and racing and being successful and winning and supporting young kids and providing them with opportunities in RC providing them with opportunities that I wished I had and then eventually had, but better so. Like, I could have had better results if I had people supporting me, but I did it alone, you know? So I want to have an environment where we can support them, and someone like me back in the day, someone who has the drive and the passion for it, we provide the support and the people behind them and make sure that they are successful, you know? And then the top guys we do have, I want to provide them with the best setups and the best cars and like an advantage, an edge over the competition. So when we go to a race, we are the team to beat. We have the driver or drivers to beat. I want to be in that position one day. That's my sort of next goal. So for JQ Racing and the car brand, I want to be able to have the best car, best setups, winning races, team, like a fun team to be a part of, something that people want to be a part of, and then the racing side, make sure RCGP becomes a success, nudge EFRA and IFMAR in the right directions, grow, improve the industry, bring the outside sponsors in, and blow this shit up. That's my goal.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you, man. That's especially on the fun part. I mean, for me, that has always been my thing. Like, I want people to make sure they're having fun. Like, I hate seeing people just trying to fit in with the cool guys. You know what I mean? Or what people consider cool. I have always wanted to just have fun, and we managed to do that. I'm not saying other teams don't have fun, because I'm sure they do. You know what I mean? But I just kind of wanted us to be along that route and just make sure that everybody that comes in our pit is treated like a pro for that race. One of my main goals. I mean, that's why I don't race anymore. Obviously, all right, I'll be honest. Now with the podcast, it's getting a little harder to do that and all that type of stuff. But yeah, that's the main goal, and I think we both share that, and that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons we're success. We're getting a little bit more success at JQ Racing. So I think we have to stick to that, and we are the bad news bears. We are the motley crew of misfits, but I think we have to, at some point, we have to become champions too. Like you say, don't be a fan, stop being a fanboy, be a champion. We haven't said that for a long time. I almost forgot about that phrase. But at some point, we have to think like champions and stop striving to be underdogs. So that's my theory on that. I could be wrong, but I think I'm not. So yeah, well, speaking of RCGP, we've talked about it enough, but let's just briefly talk about how deeply involved in RCGP you was. I mean, I can answer that too, but I mean, we have stories where you're literally forcing me to read I hate Excel, and you're like, read it. That's what, on a bus going through the mountains of Bolivia to Chile, which is a funny story. But how deep were you into RCGP? And when you first pitched the idea to David, well, I think David actually pitched the idea to you about putting on a race, right?
Yeah, so I met David at Neo races. He raced the Neo race every year, and he kind of liked what I was doing with JQ race or JQ products at the time. And that's already when he started saying like, hey, you should put on a race, because I actively wrote blogs and this and that and had ideas. Like, he was like, you'll probably put on a good race. And yeah, so like every year he would just sort of say
bet you he's regretting saying that now.
And I was always, every time I was like, I'm not a race organizer, I'm a car company. And then at some point, it just got to the point where I thought about it, and then I got back to him and I said, look, so if you actually want to do a race, or if you want me to be involved in a race, I don't want to do some like JQ Masters or something like that. No. We need a world championship series. If you want to do that, then I'm in. If not, then I'm not interested. And then he wanted to do it. So then I'm like, okay, so this is what I think. We should call it this and do that, and this is the format and the plan and everything. And that's basically how it started.
Yeah, I wonder if he's regretting that now. But he's in it for the long haul. David's a great guy. Man, we just need that docuseries to drop. Need that to drop. That's gonna blow people away, and I can't wait for that to happen. Yeah, we don't have to talk more about RCD because we've talked enough about it. But let's talk about some things that you talk about, but I think a lot of people miss, and that's your philanthropy work. Say it. How do you say it?
Philanthropy.
Philanthropy work, which is actually how we met. You know what I mean? I mean, when we met, the goal was for you to come up here and check out the Dream Project and also see a different part of the DR, you know, that you had, because you had been here before, but you had never seen this part. So that's how we got to meet. And I couldn't really understand it. And you're just telling me how you went JQ Threads and you've explained JQ Threads to people. So we don't have to really beat that down anymore. I know that's your passion as well, like providing opportunities through clothing lines to promote people's dreams. That's the thing. I mean, you've put roofs on houses. This is what I think people when I hear people and see people talking all this shit about you, and I'm just like, man, this guy does more good things for people than the average person does a day. Like, you know what I mean? People walk across people begging for money and stuff like that daily and think, oh, you're a bum, go get a job. And you're like putting roofs on high schools and stuff like that. We're not like, let's be realistic, man. We're not fucking making a lot of money here. Like, you ain't, I'm not, you know? Money is a big issue for me. You know, I got a family, all that type of stuff. But I admire that, you know, and it's rubbed off on me more. Like, I know I have my certain people who I give money to. Like, I see this guy at the supermarket. He's got fucked up in life. He's missing a leg and an arm. You know what I mean? So he's fucked. Like, he can't really work. I give that man money every time I see him. You know what I mean? And he's appreciative of it. And I'm saying I'm a good person. This is, you know, I live in poverty. I live in fucking poverty. Like, you know what I mean? So I see it I see more poverty in one day than the average person in America probably sees in their lifetime. Or in the world, period. Like, first, you know what I mean? First world. So I admire that about you. I know that is your passion. How did that all come about? Like, you know what I mean? How did you get so involved in philanthropy? Whatever. I know I'm
Philanthropy.
Philanthropy. Yeah.
You'll nail it one day. So, this is another thing where people can say like, oh, you have so many things you're doing, but you don't finish them. And so the JQ Threads project, so old already, like 2013 or 14, I really started that. And like I said, when I met Jimmy Sloan is his name. He owned Arma Energy. And when we talked, that's when it all fell into place. So I had all these ideas, like I knew what I wanted to do, but it didn't really fit together. Like there was some piece missing of the puzzle. And when he was explaining to me about how providing opportunities is the key, and then it just like clicked, like, that's it. Look, that's really it. It's not about like having a charity and just giving people stuff. Like, that's not it. Like, I want to make a company where it's not that a company has it's not that you run a company and it gives some of its profits to charity, or you have a company and it has this sort of social part of it, or something like we support this percentage, or no. Like, the whole reason for the company existing and everything it does is doing good. That was my idea. And then, okay, what kind of good can you do? So if you have a clothing brand, everyone needs clothes. The potential is endless, right? So there's no limit to it. If you have an RC car brand, you can only grow so big. With a clothing brand, the sky is the limit. So it's exciting in a different way, because there's massive potential to financially change my life one day, and also just potential to all kinds of different experiences. Like, what the freedom of having a successful clothing brand is ridiculous. Like, you can travel the world and do this, and blogs or vlogs or like anything. Like, if I decide to drop RC completely one day or sell it off or something, with a clothing brand, I can do anything. So I like that aspect of it, on a personal level. So that's why I wanted to do it. But like I said, I didn't really have the idea, like, okay, so I want to make clothes. Like, what's the real story? I want the brand itself to, everything about it to be doing some good. But how do I do this? What do I do? So like years went by and nothing was really happening. And then when this providing opportunities thing came about, then I had the right direction. So there's a number of stories that we are working on now. For example, the roof you mentioned, that was because I went to Mozambique. That's like northeast of South Africa. And in the local village, I stayed at a friend's house. And to get there, you had to drive through this village. And the school there, the roofs, there were 3 buildings and the roofs actually flew off in a hurricane or something. And they just weren't fixed for like a couple of years or something. So then through a local contact, we got in touch and we paid to put a roof on the school, you know, because they were having their lessons outside under a tree. So come on, you know, you have a building, let's put a roof on it. And also same school, some of the children would go around to some of the beaches where tourists went and they sold wristbands. So every day they would be walking around trying to sell these wristbands that they made. So what I did was I started buying wristbands from 10 children every month so that they didn't need to sell them every day. Like they would make wristbands one day and I'd buy them all and that's it. So with that money, basically, that's given to these 10 children, it pays for the school fees and all the stuff they need for school, and there's some money left over for them. So that was sort of one project that this clothing brand is doing. And then another one is there's a young lady in Nigeria whose dream was to have a clothing brand, but she didn't have the opportunity to do that, you know, because going to school to study fashion and sewing and that is basically like a year's salary for her. So she wasn't able to do it. So JQ Threads was able to provide her with that opportunity, pay for her the sewing machine she needs and materials and the school. And that's done by business. Like I said, I don't think like charity is the way to do it. It needs to be a business. You run a business in a way where you're helping and providing opportunities. So I came up with the idea, like you could make some iPad pouches and sunglass pouches of African fabrics, and I can sell them under JQ Threads. And we make this story about you and projects, and she agreed. So I made a down payment for an order, and that's what paid for her school and stuff. And now she's been doing it for 6 months, and she's really excited to be doing it. So that's something that I can see myself doing, even if I lose interest a bit and I sell off the RC stuff, or it's going well and I hire people to do more on the RC side. I can see myself putting more effort into the clothing business and this side of things, because like I said, the opportunities are endless. I love motocross. It's a way for me to be involved in motocross because we're making a limited edition motocross gear together with Yoko, a Finnish gear manufacturer. So we're making, you know, jersey and pants for motocross riders. So yeah, it's like a way to combine all the things that I'm passionate about in life and that I enjoy, and also to make it possible for me to never wake up on a Monday morning and feel like, fuck, it's Monday, and never feel like I'm stuck in a rut. Like I can get up and change my routine, you know, if I want to. So I like that. If you're talking right now, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I just wish you made sizes that fit me, because I was all excited to get that 4X, and I look like a rodeo barrel when I put it on. So yeah, I you know, and that's a lot of thing. Like people ask me all the time, why do you stick around JQ, and why do you do this, and why do you know, you could do so much better. And it's not like I'm getting people offering me positions to work in RC or whatever. Yes, you've absolutely pissed me off. You know this. You know we've fought like really seriously, like where if we had been in person, I'd have punched you. But at the same time, I know what's in your heart. Like, you know what I mean? And I know you as a person, and I know what you do. And I am appreciative of the opportunity that you gave me. Some people don't take that opportunity. They don't make the best of it. So, you know, yes, you gave me an opportunity, but I also think I worked my butt off to do where I am, be where I am. No, be where we are. So, yeah. When people call you an asshole and all that type of stuff, man, I just sit back and say, yes, he can be an asshole. That's most definitely sure. He can be a dickhead. But his heart's in the right place. And that's more than I can say for a lot of people. So keep on doing that, man. You know, I'm all for JQ Threads. I want that to be successful. I want that to flourish because I know that's bigger or more for your passion than RC. So, and you got some static going on. I don't know what you're doing right there, but let's because you did come out. It's something that you've always guarded your personal life pretty close. I know like you know, well, not with your girlfriend. Like everybody knew what your girlfriend in the Philippines and stuff like that. But you know, like a lot of people don't know things about you that you kind of been coming out with it lately, out of the closet per se. Like I like to tell people that Quagraine isn't even a Finnish name. Well, I think this is important because I think this people will probably understand better why you think the way you do too. Quagraine isn't a Finnish name. It's actually from Ghana. So if people's actually heard me say her all the time, we need to go to Ghana because that's where your grandfather's from, right? He's from Ghana. Your dad's dad, because your dad is mixed black and white. You're mixed black and white. You know what I mean? I'm mixed. So we're both men of color. And I knew like you've kind of kept that, you know, secret, not secret, but people knew. But I always felt like you was keeping your family side of things quiet so they don't get the flack that you caused through your controversy on Facebook and all that stuff. I think that's how I feel. Like that was your way of protecting, was not to let people know who you are, like on that side. And you know what, man? I totally understand that. See, I'm a bit different. My family's out there in the open. Everybody knows my wife, my son, my daughter, you know, all that type of stuff. Because I'm, you know, I don't cause a shitstorm like you do. But I was very happy that you finally did that, man. And yeah, I think if people actually knew that about you, they would understand where your thought pattern comes on things like that you're passionate about, like not the politics side of things, because I don't do the politics. I hate that shit. I tell you all the time. I know you love it. I hate it. But the racism side, all that type of stuff, you know, I'm always on that. I don't. There's no room for that in the world. And yeah, like so. Yeah, I'm glad you did that. Why did you kind of keep it to yourself all this time?
Well, I don't really bring up personal stuff. Like I had a girlfriend and she had 2 kids, young kids, and I was like a stepfather for them and for years, and people didn't even know I had a girlfriend. You know, like I don't talk about my private life because it's my private life. Like why should I talk about that? You know, I don't, like if I had a baby, I would never post a picture on Facebook or Instagram. Like it's like I'm not that kind of person at all. I share my opinions on all that stuff and RC and this and that, and it's like promotion for the brand. Yeah, I do that. And I talk about things that I think are important. Yes, I do that, but personal life, never. Very, very rarely. There are a few occasions, like I posted like maybe 2 pictures of an ex-girlfriend or something because she is like, why do you never post a picture of me? Like, and I like have to, like, okay, fuck, I'll just something like that maybe. But yeah, I don't share that stuff. And as for like why I don't share like my identity, who I am, and that's a choice, that's a conscious choice, because I hate identity politics where people are like, this happens on both sides, like leftist people, like social justice warriors, kind of saying like, hey, you're a white male, you shouldn't talk about this. Like, you're a white male, you don't matter. Or right-wing people saying like, well, you aren't a police officer, so you can't comment on this. Or you aren't American, so you can't have an opinion on Colin Kaepernick kneeling. You don't understand how offensive that is. Like, fuck, just drop the labels, people, okay? I'm just so against that way of thinking. So I never want to be that guy that says something and, well, I'm this and that, this is my opinion. No, I'm just a human being, and you make up your own fucking mind as to what or who I am. Focus on the message. I've always been that way because I think it's important. And also, if I say like I'm this or I'm that, I'm putting myself in a category. And I think that's a problem in the world. So why, if I don't feel like I'm in some category, then why should I bring it up and give people a reason to place me somewhere? So I don't really do that. Like, I'm from Finland. I race for Finland with a Finnish license, but I have an English passport. But it's never like, I don't bring that kind of stuff up. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, it's not, I don't identify as like, I'm an Englishman, you know, or I'm a Finnish guy, or I'm this, or I'm that, because I'm against those labels. I'm against those things. So I don't do it. And it's actually a perfect example was this when all of this happened and the protests in America and how it sort of spread around the world, and it became, there was even a protest in Finland. And because of all this, you started telling me that there's a bunch of black people in RC who want to quit, and they don't want to go racing anymore. And I understand, like, I could relate because I could sort of relate to what they are feeling and why they don't want to go. Like, all these fucking people making these posts, and they have to go there and they have to face and race with these people who just don't understand and are saying these offensive things and sharing these memes, which are like double middle fingers in their face kind of thing. And they can't, I pass for white. Most people just assume I'm white. Maybe they look close and think like there's something fucked up with this guy. Like, what is it? You know, but I pass for white. I'm mixed race, but I pass for white. So I don't have those problems. But if you are black, then you can't hide that. Like, you see the people and the things that they have posted affect you, and you may think about those things when you're at the track. Maybe they aren't thinking about it, but it affects you. And I understand why some people want to quit. So you were telling me like, these people want to quit. So I think if you came out and if you said these things and if you showed like solidarity, then maybe you can help. Like, maybe you can convince them to stay, right? That's kind of why you wanted me to make a post.
Yeah, I thought it would be good. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I made that post, and that's the first time I ever did something like that, and see how it sort of backfired. Because now what happened was, suddenly it's not about the message anymore. It's like, well, see, now you're black. Now you're just trying to pander to the crowd, and now it's trendy. So now you want to sell cars, or why haven't you done this earlier? Or you're not black enough. I'm like, it's not about that. See, do you see what I mean? Like, that's why I've never categorized myself or talked about those things. I don't know if it's the right thing or the wrong thing, but that's just how I've chosen to do it. I don't hide it. I'm not like lying about it or hiding. I'm not ashamed of it. It's nothing like that. It's just that I don't think people should be that way. Mm-hmm. And yeah.
Understandable, man. I understand it. I understand it. I think did bring. I think you know my rant last week was about this, and I don't want to. I think a lot of people get it. Or if they don't, they should go back and listen to the rant, not hear it. But
I think that my track record speaks for itself. You know, I've consistently said the same things for 15 years. You know, so like, come on.
Yeah, I agree. You're good. You know what, man? I know that people's like, oh, left is swinging off, just swallowing JQ's cock or whatever, the baby carrot. But I really think you're a good dude, and I wouldn't defend you and be involved with what you do if I didn't think you was a good dude. Like, yes, you're a dickhead. Yes, you are. But you should shut up sometimes. Which you're gonna shut up. No, which I'm happy about. But yeah, I wouldn't. I just know like what you want and what you want to do is in your heart is pure, and I'm cool with that. Like, you know what I mean? And I like that because I've learned in life now as I'm getting older, it's not about fighting with everybody, which you do, but I don't like to fight everybody. I want everybody to get the fuck along, man. That's all, you know? So hopefully that happens in my lifetime. I don't think it is, but hopefully we can make it better. All right. Well, let's wrap up here. We got a few more things I wanted to talk to you about, RC related. Hold on, let me bring it up. So let's talk about we've talked. Well, we don't have to because we've talked about it. Everybody knows our thoughts on how RC is and what we think we would like to go into the future. We've said we've beaten that horse enough. But I would ask you, how is the industry changed in the past 10 years of being a business owner with professionalism, sponsorship, car design, market design, and location and events? What is some of the biggest things you've noticed in the last 10 years?
Well, I think that the drivers have become a lot more professional and a lot better, because I think that I drive better than I did when I TQ'd Euros and leading semifinals at the Worlds. I'm driving better now, but I'm not doing as well. And that's because drivers are better. The skill
level has definitely improved.
Skill level has gone up a lot. It's amazing. Like, people can go mains and not crash, consistent laps, lines, the jumping, precision, whipping the car, landing on the downside and accelerating out. Like, just like the technical finesse and skill has gone up a lot. And that's because drivers are professional. They don't have a job and then race on the weekends or evenings like it's their full-time thing. And also they can do that. They start that from a young age. So yeah, that's one big thing. And the other big thing is the personal transponder and the live timing and live RC racing TV, the coverage. So we can watch races live. We have live results, all the video footage. Like, Neo Buggy really changed the game and moved 8 scale into the limelight and grew that side. That's actually a good example. Like, people don't get it maybe. How much Neo Buggy helped 8 scale.
Mm-hmm.
Because
man, we
just
need to
to
get him on the
popularize it
podcast.
with the race reports and picture galleries and videos and pit walkabouts and all that stuff, like that really helped.
We're missing that.
It built races.
Yeah.
It didn't only build the Neo race, other races too. Other races that were kind of small races became big races, and international drivers traveled to them and all that because of Neo coverage. And then now other websites do the same thing and that stuff. So yeah, so skill level of drivers, and then the coverage and live timing and videos and all that stuff. Those are the two best things that have happened and changed.
Yeah, we need to get Phil on this podcast. I know people's been trying, but he's kind of just completely out of RC. So I don't blame him. He's sitting, he's living, he's got his hotel and all that stuff. So good stuff, man. Yeah, I would agree with that. And yeah, what has to be the next big innovation in 8 scale nitro racing, do you think?
Format change. A format change that is accepted industry-wide to make racing more fun, more heads-up racing, more sort of motocross, supercross style. Like, let's race against each other. Let's not just do laps around the track. That needs to be the next innovation.
Cool. I don't know, man. I think that's about all I have here. Let's see. I do have some 10 questions for you that I want to go over with you. Do you have anything you want to add before we go on to that?
No.
All right. So are you ready for the 10 question, 10-second segment?
Okay.
All right. Number 1, Joseph. Tekno or Durango? One of them's got to go. Well, one's gone, but.
Like, who do I want to go?
Like, no, who, I don't know. Like,
Who do I want to keep?
Yeah, like all right, if Tekno Durango were hanging off a cliff, who would you save? Who would you not?
Durango. I'd save Durango.
Number 2, best part of owning or racing your own car. Racing your own car, sorry.
The best part?
Mm-hmm.
You have no one else to blame.
Worst part of racing your own car.
I could say you have no one else to blame. So probably that you can't have a clear mind and just have fun and just get on with it.
You've traveled a lot. What's your favorite country you've visited so far?
Man, I have so many. It's so hard to say just one. Let me think. Shit. I'm gonna say Spain.
Yeah, you seem to have a love for Spain. I hope to get there one day, man.
Oh, can I say Portugal?
Yeah.
Spain or Portugal?
You have a great story about Portugal too.
Oh my God. That sounded like a fart. I swear it was my chair.
Yeah, I think you farted.
No, it was my chair.
We have to tell that story about Portugal one day and your dealer there. That'd be funny.
Oh yeah, that's for that story segment.
That was gangster. Who is your biggest rival at the track?
My biggest rival at the track is going to be Renault Savoia. I've made up my mind. It's all about Savoia. That's going to be... He has a Kyosho now, so I'm a bit worried. But, he has a family. He's getting old. I think I can take him down.
Okay. What is your favorite frosty beverage, number 6?
There's a drink in Finland, the Lonkero, the original long drink, gin and grapefruit, I think. That with ice, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have me a beer here after this myself. Number 7, best racetrack you have been to.
Also, probably something that changes every time I'm asked this. There are so many. Oh my God. Let me think. I mean, I have such great memories from Monsumano, the Monsumano track in Italy. How it used to be, how the big track used to be there for the Euros. That's probably my favorite because it was so fast. It was ridiculous. It was so high speed and yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that track.
If you weren't working in RC, what type of job do you think you'd be working in?
I think I would have gone into motocross, something in motocross.
Okay. You do love motocross. You really do. You really do.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of asked this already, but are we going to Ghana one day? Do you want to go to Ghana?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would like to go there with you, to be honest. And number 10, the most important question of them all, of it all. Do you appreciate Lefty?
Putting me on the spot. Am I gonna have to give you a second compliment in the same year?
Yeah, it sounds like that. Or no.
See, you really just set me up here.
Hey, man, you would tell me you would be upset if I didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, yes, I do appreciate Lefty. He can be a massive baby sometimes, but I do appreciate him. He's a good man. He's a bit misguided. He's a bit gangster, but he's a good man. Oh. So I do appreciate Lefty. He does a great job.
That's good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you say that.
He puts up with me and also puts up with all the other people and makes them feel special and somehow keeps them tagging along. Yeah,
because I put myself into people. I know that sounds weird, but you know what I mean. Not myself, but I put a lot of my passion.
You have to say that soundbite. I put myself into people. You need to save that soundbite.
I know that's a good one. That sounded wrong. All right, man. Well, shucks, we've been talking for almost 3 hours here. I knew this was going to be long. I knew you had a lot to get off your chest. I think it's great. Do you have anything to say, or would you like to thank anybody before we close this up?
Yeah, I mean, 10 years is coming up, basically. So it's been a decade of JQ product/racing. And I think if you've been doing something for 10 years and you aren't where you want to be, then you need to make some changes. So we're making some changes now, and we're figuring out, okay, what are we going to do now differently for the next decade? And looking back, there's so many people that have helped me. A lot of people have never been, I guess they have been thanked, but they've never really got anything for it. You know, they were just part of the journey. And I really appreciate all the people who have been dealers, distributors, done graphic design, websites, this and that, favors, got some parts and done something in return, done way more than what I have given them in return. Like, there are so many people all over the world who have contributed to this project. And I'm never going to be really able to repay them, I think. And I just really appreciate that. So thank you to everyone who has been a part of this journey. There's a bunch of people in Finland and during the early years, and America also, and all around the world. Like Jay Smoker, I always stayed at his house. All these times I've been in America, and I've met so many people, actually, and it's been a great journey, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to end. Now I think we just need to shift gears and go next level. Like, I think for this whole decade, we've been against the odds. That's been the slogan, like JQ Racing against the odds. And that's going to change now. We fucking beat the odds. We've been here for a decade, and we have made permanent change in the industry, and a mark. We've put a mark on the industry, and now we need to go next level. That's what I feel. Like, okay, beat the odds, let's move on. Now we need to be successful. And that's the goal for the next decade. So to everyone that's still supporting, thank you.
Yeah, man, let's do it. I'm there. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you for helping me get to where I am now. I know I've said this a few times, but like, we're up on this is like, yeah, I really like the 3 years that I've been working for you. I know, like, I think I can think back, and I've been like 3 years ago, trying to scramble around, find names to put on, like trying to figure out how to use Excel, which I still don't know, and trying to get names up, and just thinking, this guy's a dick. Like, what have I done? Like, gave up a good job in Bermuda to follow this guy. And It's been an awesome ride, and I'm not ready for it to stop. We've lost a lot of good guys on the way recently here, and that hurts a bit. Because they're good friends, and they're still going to be good friends, but they're part of our journey, and they kind of just stepped off. I just like to look at they just got off at a stop, like we just pick them up again when we come back around. That's kind of how I look at it. Maybe it's like, well, it's just toy cars, yeah, but we build relationships with people, and like I said, we'll pick you up on the next lap. So, thank you for all that you've done, man. I honestly wouldn't be here talking to you and doing this podcast that you forced me to do, but I love it now, and I hope I'm all it, man. I want to make a change in RC, and together we can do that. And I'm looking forward to having a little bit of peace with you off Facebook, but I'm sure you'll find some freaking way to piss me off some way, somehow. I know you. So.
Well, I am still an asshole, even though this was quite relatively positive and I guess maybe put a good light on me. I'm still a dickhead. You
are, but not as. But people can say your heart isn't in the right place. So, cool, man. Well, I'll talk to you later on. Thank you for your time, and you have a good weekend.
You too. See ya.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Yes. It's that time of the podcast. It is the unadulterated, unfiltered, uncensored JQ Racing Rant, and joining us this week, who has been in hiatus from RC, but made his comeback as only he could, is the Mr. Jeffrey Keeton. How are you, Jeff?
I am fan-frickin-tastic. How are you doing?
You know who likes your saying? David Ronnefalk. He always says it. Fan-frickin-tastic. And of course, we have Rupert, a.k.a. JQ, a.k.a. Beeker, who now will be, by the time this podcast is released, will be off Facebook, and I'll probably have less gray hair in my beard, so I'm happy about that. Welcome back to the Rant, Jeff.
Well, it's good to be back. I'm glad to see that you guys decided to allow me to come back on after pretty much giving me the boot and telling me to fuck off, and just because JQ couldn't control what I was saying, he wanted to make sure that I couldn't say it, on his little groupie podcast. So it's all good.
Joseph, are you happy? Beeker, are you happy to have your buddy back? You have missed him. You've asked for him to be on the podcast quite a lot.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jeffrey.
How are you doing, JQ?
It's nothing to do with me not wanting you on the podcast. It's because you pissed off and you moved, and I don't know, you were out of RC. So I've been wanting you to come on here, but you haven't been available. So don't switch it around on me.
No, I'm gonna switch it around on you because the problem is it didn't. Regardless if I was racing or not, I could have still been a part of it because you're so full of shit, it's easy to call you out on. So it doesn't matter if I'm actually racing week in or week out or not to call you out on your stupid shit.
This is going to be funny. So, Jeff, let's just do a quick recap of what you've been up to, because you've been living your best life. You've been busy. You work for airlines now. You've been traveling all over the world. Like we've been talking. You've been everywhere.
I've been traveling the world. I've been living life. Got remarried. It's all good.
Yeah, your remarried story is actually really funny. Insane, in fact. But I wouldn't expect nonetheless from you.
Well, marriage is just it's something that it's a piece of paper, right? That's all it is. And people get married for all different reasons. In my particular case, it was just a it was something to do, and it helped someone out, and that helped me out, and it's just a good thing. But
Yeah, just like
we have a lot of fun, so that's all that matters.
you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Or
That's right.
yeah. So like I said, I told you the other day, you're like a reality show without a camera. You was in Hawaii the other day, and then you told me you've been all through Europe. You ended up in like Dubai and all this stuff. So what exactly are you doing as for the airlines and stuff now?
So I do kind of a lot of things actually, but we right now I'm in Reno, and I work for the Reno station full time, but I also travel around to other stations and help train new hires, help with policies and procedures, making sure people are doing stuff. Like if a new station gets a new type of aircraft, then I got to go to that station and train those people on how to work that type of aircraft, that kind of thing. So
Okay.
it's a little bit of everything, but primarily I work out of the Reno station, and I mainly work on the ground. So when the plane comes in, we got to unload all the people, prep it for the next flight, load it up, send it off, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was a airport rescue firefighter, so I kind of like an airport is its own little world in its own, and yeah, I know all about that. So good stuff.
Well, it's
man.
funny because when I first started with the airline, I was in Boise, so right after I got hired on in Boise, then this opening came up in Reno, so I applied for it, transferred here, and it was supposed to only be for like 6 months. And then all this virus shit hit, and now it's extended for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But it's it's kind of funny that shit. People don't realize that if you just kind of go with it, right? Go with the flow. Like, don't overthink shit. Don't just psychoanalyze every fucking part of life and you just wing it. Sometimes shit just happens right. And in my particular case, shit just happened right. Like, anybody who's listened to the Lupa's Live podcast way back when, right? They know about my history with Reno and a brothel here in Reno called the Mustang Ranch. So when I moved here, like, I literally fucking moved here. I had no place to stay, nowhere to go. I was living out of a motel for like the first week that I moved here. And then I hooked up with a flight attendant who works for the same airline. So she happened to have a room for rent. So I said, all right, fuck yeah, I'll just move in. So I moved into her place, lived there for like a month and a half. Then her mom had some medical issues and stuff like that. So they had to give me the boot. She had to move her mom in. So then I'm like fucking homeless again, right? So I'm like, one afternoon, I was like, well, fuck it. I'm going to go to the Mustang Ranch, go rekindle some old memories that I had there from being a kid and shit like that. Fucking found this chick, paid her, did my thing, did it again a couple more times. We ended up becoming friends and hooking up after out of work, and she had a place to live. I needed a place to stay. I fucking moved in with her. Like, it just fucking worked, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's all good. So
Yeah, that's how it goes, Life is funny. Sometimes, like you said, you just got to wing it. Like I did when JQ said, I'll give you a job, but I can't pay you.
Exactly. Now, in your particular case, you grew some fame and some...
I wouldn't say fame.
Yeah, you did. I'll give JQ some credit on that. Like, you worked your ass off.
At least somebody recognizes that. Thank you, Jeff.
You took his shit and turned it into something better than what it is.
Keenan, I gave you a compliment. You wrote it down in your book.
Yes, you did the other day. I forget though.
You go. Compliment of the year. Anyway, carry on.
So like you got JQ helped you. You helped him. It was a great relationship, even though you guys are fucking full of shit on your political side of stuff. But as far as JQ Racing went and building something, you guys did a great fucking job. Now, you're pissing it all away, and you still haven't got the fortune part of the fame, but at least you're having fun and you're doing what you like to do. That's all that matters.
All right.
By the way, is JQ still paying you?
Yes, I am getting paid.
Really? Mm-hmm. How the fuck is that happening?
Because believe it or not, we're actually still doing good.
That's surprising.
Well, it's really hard. There's no racing going on, as you know. Well, you're off to a race this week.
I was when all this COVID shit. We talked once or twice during all this shit, and I had a list of manufacturers that were definitely going to die when all this shit happened, and JQ was definitely at the top of that list. Like, there was just,
and we're still here. In fact, JQ has quit Facebook.
That'll never happen.
Yeah, he did.
He's so full of shit.
He's gonna. Well, we'll know by the end of today, I guess. So, but Byron's did closed on. You think we're gonna see any? We know we're talking about that. You think we're gonna see any top drivers fired?
I don't know about fired per se, but I venture to guess that there's going to be some shifts by the end of the year. As far as I think there'll be some top drivers that kind of get out of it and move on to something else. And I think the future, I think there's going to be less and less paid drivers for sure.
Well, that's something we can all agree on. I think we've said it a few times. So there we go. First point we can agree on. Joseph, you've been quiet. I don't like this. Your buddy's back.
I'm just listening to your ridiculous stories. Okay.
Huh? Okay. Well, we've done our recap. It's
listening to the ridiculous stories. I'm waiting for the rant. I don't know what this fucking bullshit is. I sponsored a rant segment, not like the story of Jeff's sad life.
Well, I agree, because no one fucking gives a shit about my pathetic life. So, like, I'm totally cool, because there is a few things that we need to discuss and we need to hash out. And part of it is all this bullshit that's gone on in recent weeks, the fucking lefty for president bullshit. And
which I think you pricked on us on Raw, IFMAR, and got our page taken down. I think it was you.
I didn't report to you in anything.
I think you got you sent it to IFMAR and you got it taken down.
Well, it wasn't IFMAR. I mean, they are clueless. Clearly, there's no way they knew anything was going on.
Jesus.
You know, you say that, but how you don't know? You have no freaking clue what they know and what they don't know.
Of course they knew.
Just because they don't talk to you doesn't mean they're clueless.
Before we get into our rant, though, Jeff, I will say this. We are not anti-IFMAR. We understand that it has to exist, and we want it to exist. We can both agree that it can be better. We can both agree that you and I agree that we think the Royal Nationals is the best race of the year in America, right?
I agree.
I agree with you 100%. I think it's the best race. I love it. I enjoy it. I think that's where you really see who's the best in America. I love the Euros and I love the Worlds, but let's be realistic. Raw is shit right now, and it's not because of. I don't think it's because of lack of trying. I just think it's because of lack of leadership. But it can be better. But it's a lot of work. So we do agree that Raw, AFRA, IFMAR, all these federations need to exist. There's no doubt that they need to exist, and that their races are good. I mean, I've never been to a World, so I don't know, but. I enjoy watching them, and I enjoy the actual Worlds. Our thing is, and it continues to be, what are they doing to further our sport, our hobbies? But let's call it a hobby, so we don't get into the whole sport hobby.
Hey, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it.
Hobby, all right? Hobby/sport. What are they doing to further this? What are they doing to take this to the masses? Because it's 40 years on. IFMAR's been around for about 40 plus years. And 1978, I think I had Gil Losi on the other, and he said in the late 70s or something. So 40 plus years, and we're still doing the same thing as before. And I want to quote Mr. Gil Losi, because he wasn't the
You say that though. 40 years, nothing's changed.
Some things have changed.
That's not accurate.
Some things have changed, but we're still doing a lot of things the same way, and we're not going forward. But I wanted to say this before I go on any further, because I know you pick and choose which podcast you want to listen to, and you pretty much listen to the rants. But thank you. I know you said you enjoyed the best of. People need to check that out because it's pretty funny. Mr. Golosi was on the podcast. Junior was on the podcast 2 podcasts ago, and he said something very interesting. Very, very interesting. My question was, what do you think the next innovation in RC will be? And he said, I don't think it's going to be chassis related. I don't think it's going to be electronics, anything like that. The next innovation in RC is how do we take RC to the masses and get more people involved?
Right.
So that's a great answer. So anyway, who wants to go first? Does Jeff want to go first? Does Jake, you want to go first? I don't know. Jeff, you're the guest for a long time. You can go first. We're gonna do this so we don't go on forever and ever. We're gonna do like 5-minute spurts at that. You might not even need 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, let's answer that question. Seems like you brought it up. We can answer that freaking question right there. What the innovation to bring RC to the masses, right?
FYI, before you go on any further, I've changed my tone about it has to be nitro and it has to be this and it has to be that. I actually believe we need a spec class to bring new people. Excuse me. We need.
Okay. First of all, this has nothing to do with classes.
Okay, just saying because I know you're going to say nitro and all that stuff.
No, it has nothing to do with classes. It has nothing to do with any of that bullshit. All it is it's being able to find someone, and I agree with that statement that would be the next big innovation thing, right? Who is going to be the leader in bringing RC racing, and not we'll keep it to off-road. Okay. Let's just stay off-road racing, right? Because you guys are saying it's dying, off-road racing's dying, blah blah blah, this other bullshit. Even though I disagree with that statement. Racing. You think RC is dying in general? See, this is where you're fucking
the racing
clueless.
Side of RC.
It isn't. That's where you're clueless. Like you are out of touch with reality when it becomes like what you see, because off-road racing, I actually disagree with that. Off-road racing is big right now. The drag stuff is getting big. The crawling stuff is blowing up. Like RC in general is freaking getting bigger.
Well, the scale side is definitely bigger. The racing side is struggling.
I disagree.
All throughout Europe and Asia, entries to the national races are down in most classes.
Participants, not entries.
Oh yeah, sorry. Americans need to know.
That's probably because they know you're going and they don't want to be around you. Like that's. I mean, I wouldn't want to go to a race. The reason
I know this is because I know manufacturers and I know the amounts of and quantities of products that they are making for the racing market, and they are down by a lot.
Then why?
It's not a thing. It's not an opinion type of thing. You can have an opinion about the reasons for it, but you can't have an opinion of is it happening or not. It is happening. It's true. The sales are down.
If that's true, right, then why is it that other manufacturers aren't worried or calling for this big change or calling for something different?
Same reason that they didn't call for changes in slot car racing. You know, it's like people don't do that. Companies don't do that. They just do the same thing, and if the market dies or market segment dies, then it does.
Most people like to rock the boat, Jeff.
Yeah, most people don't actively look for change, and improvement. They just exist in what's happening right now.
This is where I disagree, because let's take Associated, right? So Associated, they're not out here calling for all this major racing change because RC is dying or off-road is dying or whatever. They're taking whatever.
Did you see what they did?
Yeah.
They put a lot of effort behind Element RC, creating
That's
that
right.
brand and all that sales stuff.
But that's
because they need to go where they can make money.
That's right. So, and
smart.
Now the drag racing thing is blown up. So they're building all this drag shit. Like, they move with the industry. If you take how long ago when short course blew up, right? Like RC was dying then.
What's J Concepts making the most money on? It's not on the racing side, I guarantee it. They make all these drag racing and monster truck this and all these sort of
that's still racing.
High level racing RC products.
But yes, that's still racing.
Drag racing cars now, and they race monster trucks, but it's like they aren't paid professionals in that segment of the hobby.
Not yet.
So those kind of items is where the money is, where more people are doing it. What I'm talking about is, and what I care about is the racing side of RC, the David Ronefalk, the Ryan Mayfields, Ty Tessmans, paid drivers traveling the world, high-level racing. Dedicate your life to racing and trying to win the world championships. That's what I care about. And that part of RC has a risk of going away. In the past, RC was an amateur sport. People weren't really paid to race. They all had jobs, and then they raced on the side. That's how it was. Then eventually, some drivers started getting paid, started having professional drivers. The standard of racing and driving and races and everything to do with it got higher. And it reached a point where there were a lot of paid drivers who dedicated their lives to racing 100%, because they were able to do that. They were able to do it as a profession. And we started having live coverage of the races, live RC and RC Racing TV and all that stuff. So I think that's a good thing. And that's the side of the hobby that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the hobby side of it at all. I'm interested in the racing stuff. So we have paid drivers. We have a high level of skill and talent in racing. We have live coverage of races. We have good race events. There is a risk that could start going away. And I don't want to see that. That's my point.
Well, so I take it from your little speech right there, which was very emotional and impressive, I might add. It sounds like to me that the pro level driver is the one that's killed fucking RC racing. Right?
Not really, I think. I think that partially yes, because everyone started to try and cater to that. Like, it's all about the big races, and it stopped being about the sort of family fun club race at night sort of scene.
That's what
in that respect I agree. But it's the fact that there are pro drivers, that's not the reason for RC, in my opinion, struggling right now. There are other reasons for that. Just that RC cars is not the coolest new technology anymore. It's not something that kids see an RC car and they go, wow, that's crazy. That's amazing. I want to do that. That time has passed. Now it's all about virtual racing, iRacing, all that stuff. Drones there for a minute. Like, there are other things now that interest people and that are easy to do and accessible, and you can even make money doing it. Just video games even, the video games are so good, and virtual reality is about to hit at some point. So like, there are other things now that are more advanced and cooler in kids' eyes than RC cars. So I think that's a really big deal. Also, how culture has changed in a way where people want everything quickly and now, and don't want to work for it, and they don't want to spend time to learn how to put a car together. And even before that time, like, people had to build and modify stuff. and then it went to like everything has to fit perfect. And if I have to pull out the Dremel or cut something or shave something off, then that's like a big issue, you know. And then it went to where we are now, where people don't even want to assemble a perfectly prepared car, you know. So times change, and we have to adapt to that if we want to stay relevant. So that's my whole point.
I agree. I agree with a lot of that you said. The problem is that you're going back to this whole pro level racing thing. You want this paid driver, paid, you know, make money as a paid RC driver aspect of the hobby. And I will agree that side of it is dying, and dying fast. I don't think that's a bad thing, personally. Simply for the fact that our industry doesn't make enough money to support it. And so for me, the pro driver and all these race promoters, that's what's killed the hobby, in my opinion. Like, I love going to the big races. I love going to these crazy big events where, like the Dave Lycum events. I mean, like, I love going to those races. They're great. But those promoters is what's killed Roar and EFRA and IFMAR and all that stuff.
Well,
our volunteer-based organizations can't compete with those race promoters. They can't do it. It's too much. It's people, just like you said, people like options, and people want the easy way out. They don't want to go to a Roar race where they have to race Ryan Mayfield because they know they can't beat him, and they know they can't get their honorary award. And so they're going to go to a different race because they can compete in a sportsman class, or they can compete in, you know, against their level drivers at this big event, and still get that same feeling and still get the same encouragement and all that other stuff. So it all comes back down to when our industry shifted and started paying all these drivers, paying for all their travel. The sponsorships became easier to get, and, you know, the discounts and all that stuff. I mean, it's all linked, but it all starts with that pro level racer. So for me, if that side of it went away, and I'm not saying go away, like, there's always going to be a paid racer at an event. Like, that's just, you're not going to get away from that side of it. But maybe at the level that we're at now, which honestly, there's not that many now. Like, if you, what 100 people?
No, I don't even think it's that.
Worldwide?
We said like 30 something, right, Joseph?
30 something?
Yeah, but that included on-road guys too.
That do it for a living.
So
I think that was counted, that people that do it for a living full time.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, it's. I think personally that in order for the industry to change, like how you want, and bring back competitive racing on all levels, people need to understand their expectations and understand what they're trying to achieve. Like, you have all these new upcoming drivers that's what they want to do. They want to become a professional driver. But out of all the upcoming drivers, there ain't one of them that's worth a shit. As far as you take our elites now, like Mayfield, Ronafolk, you know, those guys, they're on a different level. Like, people no matter how
People
much
just don't
practice,
know. They don't see them.
yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of talent that these people just have that nobody else has. And no matter how much money you put into it and how much practice you do and all this other shit, you're never going to be on their level until they get so old that they can't maintain that focus anymore. Then you're going to beat them. But right now, I mean, they're still at the top, and they've been there for what, 2 decades now?
You know what, Jeff? I agree with a lot of what you just said, especially expectations of people. And I've said this quite a lot. And I think it comes from people not. I hear a lot of people always say, oh, man, I'm fast in my region. And that's good. That's great. That's great. And or Lutz was here or Drake was here and I was such and such time off their laps, right? And that's when I say to people, you just haven't seen real speed yet. And what I mean, and they get I think they get a little bit offended when I say that, but I'm not saying it to be offensive. What I'm saying is, I think when Lutz and Drake are at these races, they're not really putting 110% in. You know what I mean? Because they know that they're probably faster than every person there. So they just drive and it's just another race for them. I said, you haven't seen these guys go out there and battle for tenths of seconds and wanting to beat each other and watch them push themselves. And that's when you see absolute real RC speed. And I think that's what a lot of people in RC are lacking because they just can't fathom how fast these guys are. So they, in the back of their minds, are like, okay, well, I was 25 seconds off Ryan. I was 1 lap and 25 seconds off Ryan laps. I'm almost there. You know what I mean? In reality, they don't know how really far they are off, which is fine. But that's where a lot of people's expectations go above and beyond, and they think they're going to be a pro. You know what I mean? And we all agree to be a pro in this industry is really, really, like, it's I don't even know. I think you'll find a needle on a haystack.
It takes a level of dedication that people are not willing to put into right now. Because if you take the lead drivers, yeah, I mean, Spencer's a prime example. Like, that kid, he quit school, went and did online learning so that he can go to the races. Mm-hmm. Like, that's a level of dedication that 99.999% of parents are not going to do. They're not going to let their kid quit school, go take it online so that they can travel the world to go RC race. And then
you don't need to either.
That's where you're wrong.
But I just wanted to
No, RC is not at the level where you need to do that. Trust me. That's where you're wrong. To compete with those guys, you can look at people who haven't done that and don't do that. RC is not at that level. Seriously.
Okay.
And I don't recommend anyone does.
Okay, so I can prove it with 3 drivers right now. If you let's take Jackson Brunson. Jackson Brunson has gotten super fast. He is very competitive at any race he goes to, right? That guy spends more money, more time at the track practicing, more time at the races. Him and Spencer are fucking kissing cousins, like they wipe each other's ass. I mean, they are on point with each other, right? Jackson has the access to everything Spencer has. He races and he practices as much, if not more, than Spencer does. But yet, he can't hold a candle to his ass. Like, he can't do shit when it comes to...
Well, even if he had quit school, he wouldn't. It's not about that. But anyway, can we get back to the point? If you want to discuss this, we can, but how about we finish the actual subject of this? We were talking about the professional part of RC going away, and you said that that's a good thing, actually. That's what's killing the hobby.
Right.
Okay, so...
It is.
I disagree, and I'll explain why. I think what we should instead do is we should strengthen and improve the professional side of RC, because I think that RC as a whole needs it. We can we can stay relevant and grow the industry if we do it right. I think there needs to be a bit more of a separation between professional and amateur. Yes, it's very good that we go to the same races and we rub elbows and race together and all that stuff. That's fine. And it's good that the professional guys club race. That's all good. And I don't want that to change. But what I mean is, if there's more of a separation to where, okay, that these are the professional guys are racing here, and people have something to shoot for, like one day I want to be there, and we promote that, we package it nicer, like this is the professional ranks of RC, and it becomes something where that people and kids actually look up to, like one day I want to make it to there, I want to be there. I think that's what we need to focus on, and that's what these federations also should focus on. So there should be like a pathway for people, like you get into the hobby and you can either just have it as a hobby and race a bit on weekends, or you can take it more seriously, and here's a way for you to progress up to the professional ranks, you know, through regional, like club racing first, regional races, qualifiers, nationals, eventually international races. We need to focus on that, I think. And the reason is that both to sort of inspire people already in RC to race more, the ones that want to, and also people who have RC cars but don't race yet, to make racing attractive to them so that they maybe start racing or going to the track or club racing or whatever. Like there's a lot of people who know about RC, who frequent some of the same websites and Facebook pages and whatever, and maybe see a bit of racing now and then, but it's not attractive enough for them. So I think if we can make the professional side of racing look and seem attractive enough, they might actually make that transition. That's what we need to do. And then down the road also introduce completely new people into the hobby. You know, people see it and they're like, wow, like people actually race these things, and maybe they will become hobbyists at some point. That should be our focus, I think. Initially, we make it attractive to the people who already have cars, and then also introduce completely new people to it. That's a way where we can grow the pool of races that actually, or pool of people that race. That should be our goal. And the professional side of racing is the carrot. That's you know, the baby carrot. That's what people are trying to get.
Are you done?
That's what they're chasing.
Are you done yet? Because the problem with all of that shit that you just said is you said it earlier. Nobody is willing to put the time in to do that. That's what it boils down to. It's all about time. Nobody is going to put the time required to become a pro level. They just expect it to happen. And when it doesn't happen,
there are plenty of people who do, but
there's not
yes,
enough
there are.
to the scale that you're talking about. You're talking about growing the hobby on a professional level on a huge scale, on a way larger scale than we got now.
You're missing the point. Listen to this again. We make the professional side of RC more attractive so that people think that, hey, this is a cool hobby, or maybe I should try racing. That looks fun. And they stay on whatever level they stay at, but they go to the track to race. That's the point. We need to make it attractive. Like that, the pro racing and the coverage is not the only thing. Like that's one thing to get people to walk through the door and give it a try, right? That's one thing. The second thing that needs to happen is we need to make the experience at the track actually fun for people. So there's more value for money. They don't need to spend 16 hours at the track to drive 20 minutes. You know, there needs to be changes there also, but it's a package deal. There needs to be something to encourage people to give it a try. And then some people, some young kids will love it and they'll be passionate about it and they'll try and go all the way. And most people will just do it for fun on weekends. That's fine. But we just need people to have a reason to try.
They'll also follow the professional side like they do any other professional sports.
I mean, look, motocross is a good example. If I didn't see motocross on TV, then why would I ever consider buying a bike? Like, I wouldn't necessarily even know that it's a thing, but I see it and it's cool. I'm never going to be a supercross or motocross racer, right? I'm never ever going to be good in that sense.
This is where I think
that's what inspired
wrong.
me to try it and ride and have fun, So it's the same thing in RC, and we have it, but it's not as good as it could be. It's like it's just not.
Take your little motocross analogy here. There is more people right now, and I don't know this for a fact. I'm just guessing, but I'm guessing by living out in the West now and seeing what I see. There is way more people going out buying side-by-sides than there is motocross or dirt bikes. So that tells me that people want to do that activity, but they don't give a shit about motocross. They don't give a shit about supercross. They want their little side-by-sides to go out and go mudding or go to the dunes or go wherever they're going to go get that thrill that they get. So to me, that's a shitty analogy, because supercross and what people are buying are completely two different things.
Oh, people buy dirt bikes every day.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
And side by side.
In RC, the side by side is the scale truck or the short course or whatever. And more of those are sold.
It's all
that's normal.
It's all in the same family. It's like these guys that go out to the dunes, the motocross bikes out there. Maybe these people don't want to get fucking kill themselves, because let's be realistic. Motocross, Joseph, you fucked yourself up a few times. That's why I don't want you riding anymore. Motocross, you have an accident, you're gonna fuck yourself up. And a side by side, you might not. You know what I mean? I mean, you can, but you know what I mean.
But that's what I'm getting at is
your analogy is kind of, I get your analogy, what you're trying to say, but it's a different thing. Like, we're talking about people. I bet you the people that ride side by sides or drive side by sides follow fucking Supercross every fucking weekend.
Maybe, but they're not going out and buying a motor. They're not buying
because they don't want to
hurt
themselves. They probably have motorbikes.
Jeff,
because they're smart.
What do you think is the problem of improving the image of our professional racing and making a bigger separation? Like, these are the true professionals and the professional class and what is the problem in doing that? Why isn't that a good thing?
I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I'm saying what my whole thing is between you two clowns is the way that you guys go about trying to make all this change happen or get your point across. It doesn't come across right. It doesn't come across genuine. Like, you guys sit
it doesn't
here
come
and
across
say,
genuine. We literally had a
fucking
full
race series
of a new race series. How does that not come across right?
Yeah, and Jesus that was an epic fail.
Epic fail, my ass.
How is it an epic fail? It's
because
continuing next year.
It lasted a year. Like, that's not a success.
Oh, well, it's a good thing it didn't happen this year, didn't it?
There's no racing this year. Do you realize that? Next year, there's going to be RCGP again.
One thing, right, Jeff?
One day, maybe.
Something else. Let me ask you something. Shit, it was on the top of my mind. All right. Look at. Remember last week? Was it? Last week, Chris Fails and Joker and David's video went fucking viral. Remember that?
Okay.
TikTok? No.
Right.
Shh. Let me make my point. So I was looking in the comments there and all that type of stuff, right? And fucking people don't know what we're doing. People were like, "Wow, they race these things. Wow, that's just a little 20-second refuel video, right?" I went through a lot of these comments. Yes, there was comments. I know what you can say. This is expensive. Like, some guys were exaggerating the prices. It's $1,000 for a chassis and $600 for a motor. And you need several of them and all this type of stuff, right? But people in general did not know what we do. So that is what my point comes down to. That's one of my points is we do. I mean, I see some people putting in effort. Like, I'll give over in England, they do the 10 scale race in a shopping mall. There's been people, I would like to see more people doing races alongside full-scale motorsports or in areas that that can expose what we do. Now you're gonna say, oh well, nitro is so expensive. They don't have to race nitro. They could have raced. I mean, right now, like we could use spec slash again, right? Because that's a cheap way for people to get in, find out if they like it, and they can fuck off. But we ruined that. Like we ruined everything else because we want to.
Okay. Let me add to your little fucking point here. So they put that little video out and it gets all this publicity and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does our fucking pros do that Joseph is so hung up on? Our pros say, oh my God, here's a fucking nobody who got a little bit of attention. So let's go outdo them.
And everybody does it.
So let's go fucking make our own little pit video in hashtag Sports Center and hashtag Bristol and all this other shit because, oh my God, some fucking peon got a little bit of attention and I didn't get it, so I'm going to fucking outdo them. Instead of them sitting here saying, hey, that's freaking awesome. You guys rock.
Yeah.
No,
I agree with you.
They're going to sit there and say, you guys are fucking nobodies.
Mm-hmm.
Let me outdo you.
Well, this comes down to my rant about us being intimidating to get new people in. So I actually agree with you there. I will give this. I did like Spencer's catch and release. But yeah.
He messed up the release, though. He kind of people always do that, right? They fill up the tank and then they sort of move it back and then forward. Like, I don't know. It's funny.
But that's you're absolutely right. I do agree with you there, Jeff. I will not say because in this hobby they are the superstars and they feel that they should get all the attention. But you know what? Those guys are just out there having fun. And it's not no algorithms, there's no special way. It got caught up, it caught the eye of people and it went viral. It's not because it was the best thing in the world. It was just something that was cool.
Right.
And people liked it. And they got and it got lucky. You know what I mean? So that's great. I mean, for me, that's exposure to what we do. If it gets 100 new people in, I'm happy. And I know Justin can say, we need 100. Of course we need 100. So, but my point is people don't know what we do. So we kind of have to like stop being fucking satanic cults in some cornfield in our fucking rubs. And let's come on, like what Joseph's saying, we need to put the best foot forward, which is our pro guys, which I agree. Because I want to see these pro guys racing more.
Is that our best foot forward?
Well, we need to get these guys some PR managers. That's what we need to get them. They definitely need some PR managers. I think you should be one. You should get one that you should be the PR manager for the biggest asshole in RC. I bet you he'd be the most popular guy in the world in RC.
It's pointless. It's all pointless.
Because we need to change.
The pro drivers are not going to
ruffle feathers.
They're not going to bring in a bunch of new people, which is your guys' whole campaign.
No, you don't understand. You don't see. You just don't grasp the whole fucking. If this wasn't
I don't grasp your guys' vision of how to grow the hobby.
We want everything to grow the hobby. We're not saying that nitro racing is gonna be. You have to get in and have nitro racing only. That's but we can all agree here, right? You can agree with me. Joseph can agree. Jeff, you can agree that nitro racing. Don't you believe that nitro buggy racing is probably the most exciting form of RC off-road racing?
Definitely. Yes.
All right. So you agree with that, Joseph? Because a lot of people got upset when we said it's the pinnacle of RC. I'll change that to it is the showcase class of RC. This gets people going, pit stops, I agree with you as well, Jeff. The shorter races are better. I will say that. Because they keep people's attention spans longer, sorry. I prefer the longer races as well as a racer. But so we agree that nitro is the most exciting part of our industry. We need to take that and show people and what they get in, and then we can show what they get into for cheaper. We know. As soon as you say, "Oh, this is $5,000 worth of shit," it's like, "Fuck that! I'm not paying $5,000." But hey, here's this car that you can race, and it costs this much.
I'm not even on the money side of it anymore. I used to be like this whole nobody's gonna go out and dump $1,000, dump a whatever. The money side of it is mute to me. Mm-hmm. It's a time thing for me. Most people don't want to put the time in that it is required to be successful at RC on any level, even on a club level. Like right now, I club race every Friday night at our local indoor track here. To me, that's feasible. Like, I can take my 10 scale car, I can go there, I can race, I can come back, I can put that shit on the shelf, and next week I could get my car, go race, and be competitive in that little group, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is feasible for an actual, just a nobody racer. But when it comes to nitro and it comes to just club racing, even on the nitro level, like, there's so much fucking work that you have to do to your car to make it finish a race.
Well, that's why we're not saying you have to get nitro. We want to
I
get
know,
you into the hobby.
But like you said, nitro is what drives the most interest.
Yeah, but that's like, hey, a lot of people like 450, like the 450 class in motocross, but they drive 250s because it's easier.
Yeah.
Oh,
but,
shit!
But
did I just show?
To get back to your point of this whole notion about growing the hobby, to me, the hobby is growing. Every day, the hobby grows.
The hobby, no, we come back to this, but the racing side. So before we
go
on
to the racing side is slowing.
It's suffering.
And suffering. Suffering is a good word. Maybe not on attendance levels because at the big races.
Yeah, but we can't. But see, this is where we come through. And no offense, because you're guilty of doing this. These big races, they met their dick measuring contests is how many entries they have. So I remember on one of your posts, one of the guys said, "Oh well, this raceway had 70 entries last week at a club race," which is great because I will tell you, I want more club racing, and I actually think COVID will make more. People will club race more. So I went and looked at this club race to see exactly. Yeah, you got to go soon too, in it. Yeah. But we're gonna finish this up. So I went and looked at the entry and the classes. So it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes. No, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 classes at this club race. You had electric e-buggy, you had e-truggy, nitro buggy, 2-wheel drive stock short course, 4-wheel drive short course, novice, stock stadium truck. Biggest class by far was e-buggy. 21 participants. By the way, this had who's making all that noise? Is it you, Jeff? Hello?
Just go.
Okay. So it had 70 entries, 40 participants. E-buggy was the biggest show because it pays the bills. It's growing. It gets people into the hobby. It's big. That's why it needs a world. E-truggy 5.
Everything doesn't need a fucking world.
Yes, I think e-buggy can go right alongside nitro buggy. 12. The second biggest class was nitro buggy. It was 12, so it was I would say half. Then you had stock buggy 5, stock short course 7.
Move along.
Anyway,
who cares?
My point is that yes, there were 70 entries, and that makes us feel good. But the fact of the matter is that there were still only 40 drivers split up between 8 classes.
Right.
So it like when people say entries to me, it blows my mind. Like I will never forget. I'm not even gonna say his name, but I'll say the track was at Southside, and the news came. It was earlier this year. Southside came, and it was the news was there. Or it was late last year. The news is there, and just because we are so dumb, we want to boost our egos in RC. I'm looking at the entry participants of the race, and he's like, yeah, we have 300 entries here. And that sounds so much better than participants. In reality, there was 125 participants.
Right.
So we need to stop measuring what success of RC and by entries in America, because it doesn't really have this problem elsewhere, because it's either you race nitro buggy for one class and whatever, maybe another class. There's not really no sportsman, all that type of stuff. So because America has these different classes. So we need to stop measuring success by entries. Yes, it's great. Like PMB's probably going to get 1,000 entries this year because it's the first big race after COVID. And that's fine. That's fine for everybody that's going. That's great for Dave. It's a big race. But is it because people that's the only race, the next big race after COVID, or what? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, you're breaking up.
I agree. PMB is going to be ridiculous. Hang on. I agree. PMB is going to be ridiculous on entry levels.
All right.
But here's back to Joseph's thing, because we want to stay on this. You guys, what started this whole thing between us recent weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is you guys want change to happen on the organization side. IFMAR, we'll focus on IFMAR because that's what you guys were on. IFMAR, to me, the best thing that you guys ever said back when you guys were pushing RCGP was RCGP can be like the Worlds, and the Worlds now is like the Olympics, or however you guys worded that, right? So the World was like the pinnacle of our racing. RCGP was going to be just this big world-class event. And I kind of agreed with that notion that you guys can build a race series to be a world-class race series without fucking with IFMAR. Because IFMAR to me isn't broke. It's not wrong in what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with the IFMAR system, to me, personally. I think that IFMAR and the Roarnats and the effort championships and all that stuff, there's nothing wrong with those events. Like, they are the one event every year that is different from all the other bullshit that we do on a weekly basis. So why mess with those? Why try and jump into a system that isn't broke in most people's opinions and try and put your agenda in on it?
No one's putting an agenda. We just want to ask questions.
Because I think it is broken.
It is, because what are they doing to improve RC? What are they doing to push RC forward and take it forward in front of people? People have, like, I can't even...
As your campaign manager, I request that I'll be allowed to talk now.
Okay.
Okay. The thing is that the federations have the most power and ability to move our hobby and sport forward. If IFMAR decided that Truggy became a world championship class, there's a high probability that the Truggy class would begin to grow around the world. That's just an example. Like, if IFMAR actually was to make a decision on something, it can potentially change the direction of where manufacturers and RC races go.
I agree with that.
And also, money is an issue because it's a small industry. There's a limited amount of resources. So someone like a worldwide federation can, through crowdsourcing, in a sense, licensing fees, and everyone just contributing $10, $20. It's not a lot of money for an individual person. But when there's thousands of people contributing that amount, it builds up to be a significant amount of money. Even if you look, like Roar has $200,000 in the bank and a revenue of about $250,000. They spend like $2,000 on promotion. They could spend more. What the point is that if these federations, if there were people in charge who were truly passionate about RC racing and wanted to see it become more like iRacing and wanted to see it like F1 isn't racing right now. Supercross, they aren't racing. Let's do something with these guys. Let's promote the sport, you know. Eli Tomac, he drives RC cars. So does Malcolm Stewart, Zach Osborne, Cole Seeley. There's a whole bunch of these riders that race. Like, what if they had just put on an RC race, you know, or something like that? Like, anything, all kinds of things is possible just to get people to know that we race, we exist. So this is the job of the federation. And it's very difficult for someone, a single company or someone outside of this to have the funds to put on something amazing. But a federation like IFMAR could do it. Like I said, the crowdfunding through the licensing fees, this system. They would have the money to put on an amazing event every year, even every second year. So the World Championships wouldn't be at some remote location in the middle of nowhere that no one can find. Even the racers have trouble to find the track, right? So no one's going to stumble upon it. It doesn't need to be a case where the manufacturers are spending tens of thousands of dollars to go to their event. It could be something which is like a massive celebration of RC racing and in front of tens of thousands of people and potential future racers. It could be that. What it takes is someone who's passionate about it, who has a budget, and then he goes, okay, we are going to try and join this event. We're going to build a track in the pits of the World Rally Championships. That's happened. There was a guy who was passionate about it, and he did that in Finland. He built a track. Scotty Ernst was announcing. The industry didn't support it at all. No one showed up. But he did it. We had bleachers full of people watching and cheering. The local TV did a thing. Kimi Räikkönen was driving rally then. Kimi was driving an RC car. Sebastian Loeb drove an RC car. Like, they had a small track that they raced on. Like, this is possible to do. That was done with a low budget and no fucking $250,000 revenue. This is possible to do, but no one's doing it because it requires someone to actually care and put in work. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the federations are broken. The people there are not worried about RC racing. I don't know IFMAR's revenue. I don't know how much money they have, and I have no idea where the money is going. It would be cool to know.
I think Jeff, his phone dropped. It was he was on his way to work anyway, so it was really noisy. Yeah. I had to mute it. We're gonna have to get...
Okay, well, anyway, if you can call him back or something, like if he heard that, then I'd like to hear what he has to say to that, because I don't know. I can't think of his response.
Let's try and call him back.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, you're so noisy, but we're gonna have to wrap this up because your car is really loud. But did you hear what Joseph had to say?
I lost him like the last 2 minutes.
Okay. Quick synopsis.
Can you go back and play to him?
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I just can't. I can't do it. I'm telling you.
But it's recorded, right?
Yeah, it's recorded. We're recording now.
Okay. Oh. Well, Jeff, I was saying that. Did you hear the part where I said that these federations have the budget to do something?
Yeah. Yes.
Like all that it requires is to have someone in charge who's passionate about it and who wants to do something, and they have the budget to join big events like Supercross, Anaheim 1, build a track in the pits. Like, these sorts of things are not impossible for a federation in RC to put on because they have the money. Because when there are thousands of people paying $10, they have the money. But they just don't want to do it because it's work. And that's what needs to happen if we want to improve what we're doing and grow what we're doing. If we do nothing, and Maxima, Infinity, S-Works, who else? I'm missing someone. These companies who are pouring outside money into the hobby, if they pull the plug, there's going to be a lot of drivers not making enough money to be professional drivers anymore. There's going to be races that can't exist anymore, race series, on-road stuff that can't exist anymore. Like, then we'll see that true situation right now. It's only because of these rich people and successful companies investing money to play around in a cool hobby. That's why we are still going strong.
I agree with that. I don't dispute that. My problem, if you want to use this as a problem, my problem with the way how you guys go about doing it, and I agree with what you said, like, the organizations can do better, and they can they do have the access to improve not only themselves but the hobby. Like that, I agree with all of that. I disagree with the fact that it takes more than just a person to go into IFMAR or ROAR or whatever and start making a bunch of changes. Like, it takes a group of people, and if you've been you've been involved in clubs and shit like that. Like, it takes a legit group of people willing to put in the time and the effort and the money, their own money a lot of times, to make
they have to be
something-
aligned. They have to be aligned.
I think there are certain people in the IFMAR organization that are open-minded and want to do things. I just think it's the old guy. No offense, it's the old guys that are keeping it behind. That's why they wouldn't even answer their messages. That's why they got our Facebook thing banned. And you know what? From me, that means that they took notice. The people actually want change. People, like the people in RC, want things to change. They don't know what's going on, so they want things to change. And how do we change things? By aligning with people that want the same thing. If you just want to go to a race and be able to chill out and say, hey, we had a Worlds in Brazil, which is nothing wrong. I don't mind going to Brazil and spend 10 days in Brazil having fun and doing an RC race, then what are our priorities? Should we shorten that down and promote what we're doing and get more people involved? Or should we just make it a longer race vacation? So I do think there are individuals in IFMAR that I think are on the right path, but I also believe that it's just like an old boys club, and they're all like, hey, we're going to make as much money as we can, and boom, that's it. But somebody needs to come in there and shake them up, or somebody needs to ask questions, but they're not answering. They'll just take my Facebook page on. And I like IFMAR. I don't want it to go anywhere. I just want it to be better.
Yeah, but again, you say better. Like, what part of better is, like, you want them to be better
doing more than what they're
promoting
doing now.
RC racing?
What are they doing to promote RC?
Yeah, they aren't doing anything right now to promote it. We are going to remote locations in the middle of a field somewhere and racing for 10 days straight. And that's it.
Well, I agree.
There's so much more that we could be doing. All these things that you're seeing, except for the RC Racing TV, which EFRA made happen, they are being done by other people like Live RC, all the live timing and this and that, and even RCGP. Like, the federations should be doing those things, but other individuals are starting companies or investing their own money to do it. And I'm saying that the whole RCGP project, everyone got paid except me and David. We invested time and our money to make it happen, right? But someone like IFMAR could have done that so much more easily with the support of the industry, but they don't.
I agree.
It's
now
frustrating.
That I will agree with, that they can and should do a lot more to promote the actual hobby itself.
Yes.
Jeff, sorry, go ahead.
My thing with you guys specifically, it still goes back to, it's your tactics and how you try and make that stuff happen. Like, you guys, nobody takes you fucking seriously. Like, it's always a joke. It's just, you have
if enough people took us seriously to join, and we had a first season. Okay, let's just put it that way.
You guys, Joseph, I'm going to give you some credit here, so just shut up for just a minute.
Okay, I'll shut up definitely now.
You have some decent ideas. You have some good ideas. You have some stupid ideas. But for the most part, your ideas are pretty good as far as promoting and building and making our hobby better. I will give you that. The problem is you need to decide what the fuck you are. Like, are you a RC car manufacturer? Are you a race promoter? Are you an industry promoter? Like, you are so all over the place. You can't focus on any one thing. Focus on one thing.
I agree and disagree. I am a car manufacturer who was forced to do those other things and to get other people to do those other things because no one else is fucking doing it. I had a car brand and I made a team, Arma Energy, JQ Racing, right? And it could have been great. Arma Energy had internal problems and kind of went away for a few years. Now Arma Energy is back. There was some of the same people, but that's a whole different story. But the point was, like, I was able to create this, but there was nothing to support what I was doing. It wasn't possible to run a team that way. So I tried to get a series going and get it to where we could have teams like this. You know, no one was doing it, so I had to fucking do it. You know, but RCGP is not my company, and I don't want to be involved. Like my involvement in this next season is minimal. You know, I'm going there as a team, as a racer. That's what I want to do. But it's just these other things. I want to race in an environment that I can enjoy to the fullest extent. I want to run a cool race team and do videos and have a budget and good drivers and all that shit. But I can't when it's racing in the middle of a field somewhere. Like, it's not working for these other companies. It's not going to work for me. So I need to help grow the industry, help create a race series, help get outside sponsors in. It's not just for me, it's for everyone. I don't give a fuck if I do all this work and HB Racing signs with the Red Bull. Like, I don't give a fuck really. Well, maybe I would a bit, but you know, like I'm not worried about that because it's good for the industry as a whole. And it's also going to be good for me. So my focus is the car and the car brand and that stuff. These other things, I just have to be involved so that they happen.
The problem with that, though, is nobody takes your ideas seriously.
No,
well, like I said,
maybe people in your circle don't, but I guarantee
year.
a lot of people do.
We had enough people who took it seriously to where we had a first year of RCGP.
We had enough people that want to change and
have a second year, third year, fourth year, and it works out, that's fine. And no one's going to remember that I was involved in year one. Like, it's not going to matter. Same thing with IFMAR. If we can actually make some changes, if we can get someone in IFMAR that actually cares, it's not going to matter like who made that change back in the day. It's not going to be relevant because I'm not going to be in IFMAR. It's going to be someone else.
I know, but that's
yeah.
So here's this is how I think your guys' approach is just so fucking wrong, right? Because you go out guns blazing saying we need to make Lefty president of IFMAR to make all this change, right? And you would have gotten so much further.
No, we wouldn't
with your agenda if you went in and said, hey, I want to just be involved in IFMAR. No,
you're wrong. You don't know how fucking twisted backwards those guys are. They need to get the fuck out, and we need new people in.
Jeff.
That's the only way. And if not that, then there needs to be enough of a movement to where IFMAR just closes down because everyone moves over to another federation. Like, there is no work. Those people have been there for long enough. They're not going to make a change. That's just, I don't see it happening. They would have done it already.
Jeff.
Some things you can't change by being a nice guy and just patting everyone on the back. Like, doing it that way, it's never going to fucking change anything enough.
Yeah, but the way you're doing it now isn't going to change anything either.
Yes, it does. It makes people question. People question. 500 people signed up for the Facebook page. It made IFMAR take on.
Shut up. You could start a fucking JQ dildo manufacturing and you'll get 500 likes in a minute. Like, who gives a shit?
It made IFMAR report it and get it taken down.
That's pretty funny. I didn't know that.
I think you're behind that. Hey, Jeff, but we gotta, honestly, I enjoyed this, but your noise background from your car is really loud. We have to continue this another day. Have fun at JBRL this weekend. Let me know how it goes.
Hey, say hi to Rhonda and Adam from me.
I will definitely. I'll give her a big hug for you.
Oh my God. I'm not even getting involved in that. Jeff, you have a good day, man. It was good talking to you. And thank you. We'll get you back on her. I hope you come back on. And you have fun this weekend. And thank you. It was entertaining as usual.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So, yeah, he was driving his car. Hopefully I could get a good bit of that out. But I actually think he actually might think like we're right at some point, Joseph.
I think that his discussion here was way more agreeable than his post on Facebook.
Well, we know.
And we didn't really get to the whole X Games thing. I really wanted to.
I know.
I wanted to ruin him about that whole X Games thing because he missed the point so bad. But next time.
That's all right. Thank you, Jeff, for coming on. We know everybody. We know that the Vote for Lefty IFMAR page got taken down for copyright infringement, quote unquote, which is okay. Okay, but that means that we're ruffling feathers, and
this fired me up. We're gonna do it twice as good now.
Yeah, but you're off Facebook.
Yeah, but I can send you all the information. You can.
Right. But for change to happen, change must actually happen. So it shows that people want change, and when you're asking the right questions, they try to silence you. So I guess we're asking the right questions, and that means that I just want them to pay attention. That's all. That's all they got to do. Pay attention and listen to what the people want. So, all right, man. Well, this rant's going on for an hour and 15 minutes. Thank you, Jeff Keeton, for coming on. Thank you, everybody that supports the podcast. It's greatly appreciated. Joseph, your last Facebook Live was awesome. If people don't get that, then they'll never get it. And I'm glad you're getting on Facebook so I can breathe a little bit. We're not going to have a podcast for the next 2 weeks. I'm moving starting Monday. So I'm gonna be fixing up the studio, all that type of stuff. So I actually send you guys some pictures, let you guys see what's going on, because this is gonna be a lot of work. I've got a lot of good plans for the studio. It's actually bigger. We're gonna get back to making videos and stuff like that. We're gonna get back to doing the call-ins when we get back. We got a few big announcements for the podcast coming up. That's pretty cool, I will admit. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. People are racing. That's good to see. Unfortunately, not so much in Europe, but definitely in patches in America. We got PMB coming up, all that good stuff. I just want everybody to, we got to just, and my rant last week, I said it, and I'm going to say it again. Let's just try to listen to each other and come together for the better of mankind, and especially for the better of RC. Because I want RC to grow. I think we all can agree that we want RC to grow, and we all kind of want to get along. At some point, we're not going to agree with everything, but we can agree. We can still get along. Thank you to all of our patrons on Patreon that support us. Greatly appreciate you guys' support. We got some giveaways coming up for you guys after we get back. We got some more product spotlights coming up in the upcoming months. I think we're going to have Charlie on next with his saucy washer. And we'll get a giveaway for that. We got Zach with his cleaning products coming on from South Carolina. So we're all about promoting the small businesses of RC and trying to help spread some love to them. Thank you to our sponsors, our advertisers, which are RCMX Online, Tekno RC, Beach RC, JQ Racing, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, and BK Servers. Remember, if you are interested in advertising on our podcast, just reach out to me, and we can make it happen. We have tiers that can fit. We have advertising tiers that can fit all of your RC advertising needs. Big shout out to the NNRC squad around the world. Please, people, last week's podcast, I really want you to share it because of the rant, as well as it was a great interview with Miguel Matias. This week's interview is the interview that we've all been waiting for. So thank you, Joseph, for your time coming on and being a part of that. I've been on your crap for a long time to do that. Remember, everybody, if you're going racing this weekend, be safe, have fun. Go talk to somebody that you haven't talked to recently. If you see somebody out there struggling, go help them out. It means a lot. That can mean the difference between them getting out of the hobby or staying in. Remember, Nitro. Before I even get into that spiel, Joseph, if you have anything to add before I go on?
No. Nope.
Oh, all right. And so I'm going to have a running bet. How long will Joseph be off Facebook? Some people say it's going to last a month. Some people say it's another. He's going to come back right away. I think he's done. We will see. Let me know in the comments. And remember, Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. And Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.